What if the very fabric of reality hung by a thread, poised for a cataclysm that would shake the heavens and the earth? As the blood-red sun dipped below jagged mountains, shadows twisted and writhed, alive with ancient whispers, echoing the fateful tales of gods and monsters. Odin, the All-Father, stood upon the precipice of destiny, his one eye blazing with foresight and dread, sensing the tremors of a world on the brink of ruin. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a warning of the storm that brewed within the hearts of men and gods alike. Loki, the trickster, plotted in the shadows. His laughter was a sharp blade, cutting through the fabric of trust that once bound the pantheon. As night fell, an uneasy alliance formed among gods and giants, each with their own motives, each concealing secrets that could ignite a war fierce enough to end all things. In the depths of the great hall of Valhalla, the fallen warriors, honored and restless, drank and feasted, unaware that their revelry masked the weight of impending doom. Their dreams were haunted by visions of the twilight of the gods, a prophecy that promised the end of everything they held dear. The Valkyries, mystical sentinels of fate, flew through the night, gathering souls for battles yet to come. Their wings whispering the chilling words of fate. Ragnarok approaches. Frost giants stirred in their icy lairs, their hearts as cold as the glaciers that birthed them, ready to march upon Asgard, with vengeance in their minds and chaos in their hearts. The serpent Jormungandr coiled beneath the waves, a dark harbinger of destruction, while Hel, keeper of the underworld, grinned knowingly, aware that the souls of the damned would soon walk the earth once more. As the stars blinked out one by one, a sense of inevitability cloaked the land. The gods gathered for one final council, each face a mask of determination and fear. Thor, hammer in hand, felt the weight of his lineage pressing down on him, a legacy of thunder and lightning that demanded he rise to the challenge. Yet doubt flickered in his heart. Could the strength of one god withstand the tide of fate? Beneath the earth, the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree, trembled, sensing the chaos that was to unfold. It was a living symbol of life and death, binding all realms together, now threatened by the very forces it held in balance. The whispers of the Norns grew louder, weaving the threads of fate tighter, constricting like a noose around the neck of existence itself. In this moment, as the night thickened with anticipation, the echoes of ancient battles and forgotten heroes lingered in the air like smoke, a reminder that every choice bore consequences. The stage was set, the players ready, and the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of an epic confrontation. Something monumental was looming on the horizon, a clash that would decide not just the fate of the gods, but the very essence of life and death itself. Would courage prevail, or would darkness consume all? In the quiet mist of a northern dawn, shadows dance across the ancient stone circles, whispering the tales of gods and monsters. The air is thick with a longing that stretches across the ages, carrying the weight of stories etched in time. What if the very essence of existence, the core of belief, sprouted from this raw and untamed earth? What if the roots of a culture, swirling in the dark soil, were intertwined with something far greater than the mere lives of men? The story of Norse mythology begins not in the cold fjords or the towering peaks of Scandinavia, but in the warm heart of a different world, one inhabited by the Proto-Indo-Europeans. These early people, wandering across the vast expanses of the Eurasian steppes, were more than just nomadic tribes. They were dreamers, storytellers, and, above all, seekers of meaning, in a world that was as beautiful as it was brutal. As the sun rose higher, illuminating the secrets of the past, one could almost hear the echoes of their voices. They spoke of a universe where the sky met the earth, where life and death tangled in an eternal dance. The myths they spun were vibrant tapestries of creation, destruction, and rebirth. The seeds of these tales would eventually take root in the fertile soil of the Nordic lands, evolving into the grand saga of gods like Odin, Thor, and Freya. Imagine a vast family tree, spreading its branches wide, roots delving deep into the ground, intertwining with other cultures. The Proto-Indo-Europeans, the ancestors of many of the world's modern peoples, shared their beliefs, their fears, and their hopes with the tribes that followed. From the ashes of ancient fires, the sparks of stories flew, igniting imaginations from the steppes of Europe to the shores of Scandinavia. These early people revered the natural world around them, believing that every mountain, every river, held a spirit, a story waiting to be told. Their deities were not abstract concepts, but vibrant characters that soared through the skies and roamed the earth. They taught that the cosmos was a living thing, filled with power and presence, a view that would shape the Norse pantheon in ways both wondrous and terrible. The tales of the great god Tiwaz, who would later echo in the names of Tuesday, spoke of sacrifice and victory. His strength was a reflection of the warrior spirit that surged through the veins of the Proto-Indo-Europeans, a spirit that would later resonate in the fierce hearts of Viking warriors. Yet, behind the might of the gods lay threads of vulnerability, a reminder that even the strongest could be touched by the fragility of life. As the centuries turned, the myths evolved, morphing into the familiar Norse stories filled with giants, elves, and the great tree Yggdrasil that connected all realms. The very fabric of Norse belief was woven with the threads of the past, each tale a connection to a world that valued honor, loyalty, and the relentless pursuit of wisdom. The echoes of those early ancestors forged a path forward, paving the way for the rich mythology that would soon flourish under the Northern Lights. In the furthest reaches of the North, the Norse people, standing on the precipice of a new era, were enveloped by the legacy of those who had come before. Their gods embodied the harsh realities of life, where the battle against chaos was a daily struggle. The heavens were not just distant realms. They were tangible places where gods engaged in fierce conflicts, mirroring the struggles of humanity itself. As the biting winds howled and the snow blanketed the earth, tales of great battles and heroism came alive in the flickering flames of the longhouse hearths. The stories of the past melded with the present, creating a tapestry of shared experience that resonated with every listener. The gods and giants intertwined in combat and camaraderie reflected the very essence of existence. Life was a battle, filled with moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and despair. The whispers of the Proto-Indo-Europeans continued to echo through time, urging the Norse to seek strength in adversity and wisdom in suffering. Viking raiders with hearts ablaze looked to the sky for guidance, believing their fates were intertwined with the divine. They sought the favor of Odin, the Allfather, who sacrificed himself for knowledge, a lesson that mirrored the struggles of their own lives. As the Norse mythology blossomed, it carved a space for the complex interplay between fate and free will. The Norns, the weavers of destiny, reminded all that the threads of life were not easily unraveled. This belief instilled in the hearts of warriors a fierce resolve, for how could one fear death when it was but a part of a greater cycle? a return to the earth that birthed them. With each tale told, the legacy of the Proto-Indo-Europeans wrapped around the Norse like a comforting cloak, reminding them of their shared humanity, their interconnectedness. The gods became reflections of their own struggles, their own triumphs, a mirror held up to the complexities of existence. The narratives passed from one generation to the next, binding the past to the present, creating an unbreakable chain of belief. The shadows of history curled around the figures of the past, lingering like the fog over the hills. The firelight flickered, illuminating the faces of those who listened, their eyes wide with wonder. Each heartbeat echoed the whispers of the ancients, reminding them that their stories were just beginning, that the tapestry of Norse mythology was still being woven with every breath. And so, as the cold winds swept through the valleys, the threads of the Proto-Indo-European roots began to intertwine with new tales, new gods, new heroes, awaiting their moment to rise from the shadows. The saga would continue, for every ending is but a doorway to another beginning. In the beginning, when the universe was still a whisper, a single tree stood at the center of everything. Its roots snaked deep into the earth, while its branches reached out to the stars, shimmering with an ethereal light. This was Yggdrasil, the cosmic tree, a sacred symbol of life and connection that held the very fabric of existence together. Beneath its mighty boughs, the air was thick with the scent of fresh pine and the sound of whispering winds, carrying stories of the worlds it nurtured. The creation of the 9 realms was a tapestry woven from the essence of creation itself, each thread vibrant with its own history and mysteries. As the first flickers of light danced across the void, Yggdrasil emerged, pulsing with energy and life. The tree was more than just wood and leaves. It was a living entity, a guardian of balance, entwined with the destinies of all beings. It stood tall, unyielding, as the cosmic forces swirled around it, shaping the realms that would come to be. From one of Yggdrasil's roots, a realm materialized, bright and beautiful, known as Asgard. This was the home of the Aesir, the mighty gods who ruled over the skies and wielded power immeasurable. Their laughter echoed through the halls of Valhalla, a grand hall where the bravest warriors feasted after their valiant deaths in battle. The gods, with their golden hair and shimmering armor, walked with pride, knowing that their strength was woven into the very essence of Yggdrasil. But shadows lurked beneath the surface. As Yggdrasil breathed life into Asgard, another realm took form from its opposite root, Jotunheim, the land of frost giants. Here the air was biting cold, and the mountains loomed like sentinels against the sky. The giants, fierce and untamed, were the embodiment of chaos and raw power. They roamed the icy plains, their roars reverberating like thunder, forever entwined in a struggle against the Aesir. The tension was palpable, a simmering war waiting to ignite, and as Yggdrasil stood between them, a silent witness, the fate of both realms was held in a delicate balance. In a twist of fate, another branch of Yggdrasil birthed Vanaheim, the realm of the Vanir, gods of fertility and prosperity. The air here was warm and fragrant, filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and ripe fruits hanging from trees. The Vanir lived in harmony with nature, nurturing life and celebrating the earth's gifts. Their laughter rang through the valleys, contrasting sharply with the icy winds of Jotunheim. Yet, even in this paradise, conflict brewed, as the Vanir clashed with the Aesir over power and control. Yggdrasil felt the strain, the tension that crackled in the air, as destinies entwined and twisted around its branches. Down below, another realm was beginning to form from the roots of Yggdrasil, Midgard, the world of humans. This was a place of both beauty and struggle, where mortals toiled under the vast sky, driven by dreams and desires. Their lives were short compared to the gods, but their spirits burned with an intensity that could rival the brightest stars. The humans looked to Yggdrasil, unaware of the cosmic tree's importance, yet feeling its influence in their hearts. They built great cities and forged strong bonds, believing that the gods watched over them. Little did they know that the very essence of their existence was woven into the branches of the cosmic tree. As the realms continued to grow, Yggdrasil spread its branches further, giving rise to Alfheim, the shimmering land of the Light Elves, where radiance danced like fireflies under the twilight sky. This realm sparkled with magic, the air alive with enchanting melodies that echoed through the valleys. The Light Elves, blessed with beauty and grace, celebrated life in all its forms, weaving spells that brought forth joy and light. Yet, lurking just beyond their luminous borders was the shadowy realm of Svartalfheim, the land of the dwarves. Here, darkness reigned, and the air was thick with smoke and the sound of hammer on anvil. The dwarves were master craftsmen, creating wonders that sparkled with hidden power. They were not just builders, but also guardians of secrets buried deep within the earth. Both realms were connected to Yggdrasil in a way that transcended mere geography. They were bound by fate, their stories intertwined. A complex web of alliances and rivalries, each influencing the other in unpredictable ways. The tension was palpable, the stakes high, as the fabric of reality hung in the balance. But the creation of the 9 realms was not without peril. Deep within Yggdrasil's trunk, Niflheim emerged, the realm of mist and ice, an eerie, chilling land where the cold seeped into the very bones of existence. Here, the dead wandered, lost spirits caught between the worlds, echoing the sorrows of those left behind. It was a realm of shadows, where despair lingered like a thick fog, threatening to consume all who dared to enter. Yet, it also served a purpose. The cycle of life and death was preserved here, a reminder that endings could lead to new beginnings. As the branches stretched towards the cosmos, Helheim found its place, a shadowy realm ruled by Hel, the goddess of the underworld. She presided over the souls who did not die in battle, a stark contrast to Valhalla's heroic warriors. The land was desolate, a reflection of the souls trapped within it, yet it was vital for the balance of existence. Yggdrasil felt the weight of these realms, each one a thread in the grand tapestry of life, and the harmony it fought to maintain became increasingly fragile. From the highest branches of Yggdrasil, another realm formed, Muspelheim, the fiery land ruled by the fire giant Surtur. Flames danced and roared, a relentless force that could engulf all in its path. This fiery realm represented destruction, a necessary counterbalance to the cold of Niflheim. The heat radiated outwards, influencing the realms nearby, igniting passions and desires. The dance of fire and ice was a constant reminder of the duality of existence, a cycle of creation and destruction that defined the cosmos. And thus, the 9 realms were born, each connected to Yggdrasil, each a reflection of the eternal struggle between light and dark, life and death, creation and destruction. The cosmic tree stood as a sentinel, watching over the realms, feeling their joys and sorrows, their triumphs and failures. It knew that the balance was precarious, that the threads of fate were intertwined, and as the realms grew, so did the challenges they faced. The air crackled with anticipation as the stories of gods, giants, elves, dwarves, and humans began to unfold, a rich tapestry of emotions that would echo through eternity. In the shadow of ancient mountains, where the air crackled with the power of thunder and whispered secrets of the past, two clans of gods stood poised on the brink of chaos. The Aesir, proud and fierce, with their golden halls of Asgard, ruled over war and wisdom, while the Vanir, wise and connected to the earth's fertile bounty, celebrated life and prosperity. Their destinies intertwined like the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree, yet so different in purpose and spirit. The Aesir, led by Odin, the Allfather, wore their might like armor. Odin, with his raven-black hair and piercing gaze, was a figure of both awe and fear. His quest for knowledge drove him to sacrifice an eye in exchange for wisdom from Mimir's well. As he strode through the great halls of Valhalla, where warriors feasted in eternal glory, the air was thick with the laughter of gods and the clash of swords. Here, every warrior dreamed of joining him after death. Yet the reality of battle was a constant reminder of the thin line between life and death. The Aesir thrived on this tension, drawing strength from the tumult of existence, each god embodying the raw power of storms, battles, and the unyielding pursuit of knowledge. In stark contrast, the Vanir danced to the rhythm of the earth. They celebrated the cycles of nature, honoring the harvest and the rains. Njord, the god of the sea and wind, stood tall and serene, his face a mirror of the calm waters he ruled. His children, Freyr and Freya, were embodiments of love and fertility, their laughter echoing like summer rain. While the Aesir wielded swords, the Vanir wielded the secrets of growth and abundance, their magic flowing like the rivers that nourished the land. They believed in balance and harmony, seeking to cultivate rather than conquer. Yet, like a storm brewing on the horizon, tensions simmered between these two powerful clans. The Aesir viewed the Vanir's connection to nature and magic with suspicion. To them, it was a softness that could lead to weakness. Whispers of the Vanir's powerful sorcery stirred unease among the Aesir, who revered strength and cunning above all. It was during a particularly fierce winter, when food was scarce and hope flickered like the dying embers in a hearth, that the spark of conflict ignited. A council was called to discuss an alliance, or so it seemed. The Aesir extended their invitation to the Vanir, but hidden beneath the surface was a plan, a testing of wills. Freya, with her golden hair and fierce spirit, sensed the tension. She stood at the threshold, her heart pounding as she entered the grand hall. The air was thick with anticipation, and she felt every eye upon her. "We do not need to fight," she declared, her voice steady. But Odin's gaze bore into her, unyielding as a mountain. His words, like the crack of thunder, echoed in the hall. "Strength is the only path to peace." It was a clash of ideals, a battle not of blades, but of thoughts and beliefs. The room vibrated with the weight of their convictions, each god embodying the essence of their clan. The Vanir championed a world where life flourished, with harmony reigning over chaos. The Aesir countered, asserting that only through power could peace be maintained, a relentless cycle of conquest and control. The air crackled with unspoken challenges, and the tension hung like a storm cloud, ready to burst. The night grew darker, shadows creeping across the walls as the debate raged on, words becoming weapons sharper than any sword. Anger flared, and eyes blazed like fiery stars. Suddenly, a challenge was issued, an exchange of hostages. To solidify their peace, the Aesir would send a god to the Vanir, while the Vanir would send one to the Aesir. It was a gamble, a promise, cloaked in uncertainty. Freya stepped forward, heart racing, volunteering to go to Asgard. Her bravery ignited a flicker of hope, but the Vanir were wary. To send their most revered goddess into the heart of a clan that saw her kind as weak felt like a sacrifice. Yet, it was also a chance to bridge the divide, an opportunity for understanding. As the dawn broke, the air was electric with anticipation. The exchange was bittersweet. Freya's heart ached as she bid farewell to her family. She walked with grace, determination marking each step. Meanwhile, the Aesir prepared to send their own. They chose Hönir, a god of peace and tranquility, who would embody their hopes for a new alliance. But even as he left the halls of Asgard, the uncertainty loomed larger than any mountain. The moment Hönir stepped into Vanaheim, the world felt different. The colors were brighter, and the air buzzed with magic. Freya welcomed him, her heart filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "Here, we thrive together," she said, showing him the beauty of the world she loved. Hönir could feel the warmth of the Vanir's connection to the earth, yet he could not shake the weight of his own people's expectations. The shadows of the past loomed large, and he understood that each moment was pregnant with both promise and peril. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Freya's beauty captivated the Aesir, but they viewed her with a mix of reverence and suspicion. Odin watched, his mind churning with thoughts as he contemplated the fragile alliance. Both clans were filled with pride, yet they tread cautiously, aware that beneath the surface, a storm was brewing, one that could either lead to reconciliation or plunge them into war. In this delicate standoff, the whispers of fate intertwined with the resolve of gods, each moment thickening with tension and emotion. The Aesir and Vanir, both powerful in their own right, stood on the precipice of transformation. Would their differences be the seeds of destruction, or could they, in the spirit of cooperation, forge something new altogether? The answer lay hidden in the threads of destiny, waiting to be woven into the fabric of their shared fate. And from the churning depths of uncertainty, a new chapter awaited, one that would test the very essence of their beings and the fate of their worlds. Odin stood at the edge of the vast expanse of the cosmos, a figure cloaked in a darkness that shimmered with stars. His one eye, a fierce blue, pierced the night like a beacon of knowledge, while the other was hidden behind the patch of leather, a symbol of sacrifice. He had sacrificed so much, trading one of his precious eyes for wisdom, a price only he could fully understand. His breath, almost imperceptible, resonated with the weight of ages, a whisper of forgotten tales that danced in the shadows of the world. Once a king of Asgard, Odin was not just a ruler, but a father, a warrior, and a seeker of truths. His presence alone sent shivers down the spines of gods and men alike. He was revered as the All-Father, the creator of life and death, the weaver of fate itself. His many faces were a reflection of his complexity, a tapestry of traits woven together to create a god who was as merciful as he was cruel, as nurturing as he was fearsome. In the villages below, the people spoke his name in hushed tones, weaving sagas of his deeds into the fabric of their everyday lives. Farmers offered sacrifices for good harvests. Warriors prayed for his strength before battles. And children listened wide-eyed as their elders recounted stories of his cunning and bravery. But behind the revered figure lay a depth of sorrow, a longing that could not be quenched. For every victory, there were losses, and for every throne, there was a price to pay. The ravens, Hugin and Munin, perched high on a branch, were his trusted eyes and ears, soaring over the realms and bringing back whispers of the world. They were more than mere birds. They were extensions of Odin himself. With each flap of their wings, they carried the weight of information, secrets hidden in the rustle of leaves and the murmurs of men. Wisdom is not just in seeing, he would often say, but in understanding. And so, Odin roamed the lands, often disguised as an old man with a tattered cloak. He walked among the mortals, listening to their dreams, their fears, and their struggles. He felt their hopes and despairs seep into his bones. In one humble village, he encountered a young girl, her eyes wide with wonder, drawing pictures of the heroes who fought for honor. She had no idea that the man sitting beside her was the very essence of the tales she sketched. He smiled softly, feeling a warmth in his chest, a reminder of the beauty that still bloomed amid chaos. In another instance, Odin faced betrayal. In the great hall of Valhalla, where warriors gathered after death, tensions flared. Loki, the trickster god, stood defiantly, a smirk dancing upon his lips. "You think you know everything, Allfather? You are blind to your own folly." Odin's gaze darkened, a storm brewing within him. The air crackled with tension as the other gods held their breath. Loki had a way of twisting words like a serpent, coiling around its prey. Odin's grip tightened on the handle of Gungnir, his mighty spear, a symbol of certainty in an uncertain world. Yet even in the heat of anger, Odin understood the necessity of balance. He had seen kingdoms rise and fall, and he knew that chaos could breed creativity. "Perhaps you are right, Loki," he replied, his voice steady as thunder. "But every action has its consequence. Do not forget that." The tension hung heavy, a palpable entity, as Loki retreated into shadows, leaving Odin to ponder the fine line between wisdom and folly. At other times, Odin was a loving father, guiding his sons, particularly Thor, the god of thunder. Those moments were rare gems, glimmers of light in an otherwise tumultuous existence. Odin would recount tales of their ancestors, of bravery and honor, instilling a sense of duty in Thor. "The might of your hammer is great, my son," Odin would say, his voice thick with affection, "but it is your heart that will lead you true." Yet, as the seasons turned, Odin faced a reality that gnawed at him. Prophecies whispered of Ragnarok, a cataclysmic event that would see the end of the gods and the world as they knew it. He pondered the visions he had seen, the beloved faces that would be lost in the chaos. The weight of destiny pressed down on him, a heavy cloak that threatened to suffocate. As twilight fell, he climbed the peak of Yggdrasil, the world tree, seeking solace in its ancient branches. There, he could feel the pulse of the universe, the intertwining of fate and free will. The stars above twinkled, echoing the stories of countless lives. But even in that moment of quiet introspection, Odin could sense the impending storm. He closed his eyes, searching for clarity amid the chaos. Beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, he met with the Norns, the weavers of fate. Their voices flowed like a river, intertwining threads of destiny that flowed through time. "What will be, they sang, their words resonating in his mind. Yet, Odin's heart rebelled against the notion of passivity. "I cannot simply watch as my children face destruction," he implored, desperation creeping into his tone. The Norns, serene yet inscrutable, met his gaze, a mixture of pity and understanding in their eyes. "Even an Allfather must learn to accept," they intoned, their voices weaving a tapestry of ancient wisdom, leaving Odin with the knowledge that he could not change the course of fate entirely, but could influence it in ways he had yet to grasp. And as the darkness of night enveloped the world, Odin felt the stirrings within him, an unyielding resolve to face the coming storm, to embrace both the light and the shadows of his existence. The many faces of Odin, each representing a different facet of his being, began to coalesce. The father, the warrior, the seeker of wisdom, they were all part of him, and together they would prepare for the trials that lay ahead. The whispers of the cosmos echoed around him, carrying stories of struggle and triumph. He could feel the winds shift, the tides turning as the prophecies unfolded. Odin knew he would need every ounce of strength and cunning to confront what was to come. The land trembled beneath his feet, and as he looked off into the horizon, he felt the pulse of doom, yet also the heartbeat of hope. It was a contradiction he embraced, a truth that defined him. And with that, the saga of the Allfather continued, spiraling through the ages, flowing seamlessly into a future where every breath mattered, and every choice could change everything. The sun set over Asgard, casting long shadows that danced on the golden halls of the gods. In the midst of this ethereal glow stood Frigg, her presence radiant and commanding. She was not just a goddess. She was the very embodiment of love and devotion, the queen of Asgard and the protector of marriage. Her heart bore the weight of countless promises, and in her eyes lingered the echoes of joy and sorrow, intertwined. Frigg was a woman of deep emotions, with a wisdom that seemed to stretch beyond time itself. As she looked out over the majestic landscapes that enveloped Asgard, she felt every heartbeat of her people. Beneath her calm exterior flowed a fierce protectiveness for the sanctity of love. Each wedding she presided over was a testament to the binding of souls, a sacred act that required her blessing to flourish. Couples came before her with trembling hands and hopeful hearts, and they left with an unbreakable bond, forged in the fires of her compassion. Yet, not all was well in her world. Behind the laughter and celebration lay a darker shadow, whispering of betrayal, loss, and shattered dreams. The tales of those who sought her counsel were often woven with threads of despair. She knew too well the pain that could seep into the strongest of unions, twisting love into something unrecognizable. One evening, she received a visit from a young couple, their faces illuminated with the light of newly found love. They were eager, they were bright, and they carried the scent of blossoming flowers as they approached her throne, ready to seal their fates. Frigg listened intently as they shared their dreams of a life woven together, their laughter echoing like music in her ears. But as she gazed into their hopeful eyes, a chill ran down her spine. A shadow loomed behind them, a betrayal they had yet to see. Love is a powerful force. Frigg spoke softly, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. But it must be nurtured, protected from the storms that may come. The couple nodded, their hands clasped tightly, unaware of the storm brewing just beyond their horizon. As they exchanged vows, Frigg felt a surge of energy course through her. Each word spoken was a spell cast, binding their lives together under her watchful gaze. Yet, the more she blessed their union, the more she felt the weight of the dark omen pressing against her spirit. Love was not enough to shield them from the inevitable trials that lay ahead. In that moment, Frigg remembered her own love, Odin, the Allfather, whose strength and wisdom often felt both a blessing and a burden. Their marriage was one of passion and power, yet it too bore the scars of heartache. In her most vulnerable moments, she grappled with the shadows that jealousy and ambition cast over their bond. Odin, though mighty and revered, was not infallible. She felt a profound sadness, knowing that even the strongest of loves could falter. As the couple completed their vows, a sudden gust of wind blew through the hall, extinguishing the candles that flickered in celebration. The room fell into darkness, a weighty silence enveloping them. Frigg's heart raced. Something was amiss. Desperation clawed at her chest as she reached for the couple's hands, willing them to feel the warmth of hope amidst the growing chill. "Stay close," she urged, her voice steady despite the storm brewing around them. "In love, you will face trials, but together, you have the strength to weather any tempest." The air crackled with electricity, tension building as she summoned her powers, determined to protect the sanctity of their vows. Just as the darkness threatened to swallow them whole, a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating their space like the dawn breaking over the horizon. It spread warmth, a reminder that love, though often fragile, could shine brightly enough to ward off even the most sinister of threats. The couple gasped, their eyes wide with wonder, but Frigg could see the flicker of doubt, the fear lurking just beneath the surface. In that moment, she knew the truth. The heart of love was a battlefield. It demanded courage and resilience, yet even the strongest of unions could face insurmountable odds. The shadows that whispered of betrayal would always linger just beyond the light. Frigg felt the ache of her own heart as she remembered the struggles of her past, the moments when her own faith wavered under the weight of uncertainty. As the couple embraced, their bodies entwined, Frigg felt a bittersweet joy wash over her. They had made their vows, but would they keep them when faced with the trials of life? Would their love withstand the tests that were sure to come? She wanted to protect them from heartache, to shield them from the pain she knew all too well. Yet she understood that love was a journey fraught with challenges. With a heavy heart, she released their hands, knowing that she could not bear the weight of their future alone. Frigg turned her gaze to the horizon, where the sun dipped below the edge of Asgard, the fiery glow a reminder of the beauty that coexists with darkness. The couple stood behind her, unaware of the emotional storm that raged within their queen. As they walked away, hand in hand, into a future that glimmered with uncertainty, Frigg felt a deep, unwavering determination blossom within her. She would fight for their love, for every union that sought her blessing. The battles of the heart would not go unchallenged on her watch. She would wield her power with both grace and ferocity, shielding Asgard from the shadows that threatened to tear them apart. And so, as night fell upon the golden halls, Frigg prepared herself for the challenges that lay ahead, a fierce resolve igniting her spirit like a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Love was complex, and its beauty often accompanied pain, but she would bear that burden for the sake of those who dared to love. The whispers of doubt would not silence her, for she was Frigg, the queen of Asgard, the goddess of marriage, and she would fight for every heart that sought her counsel, for every soul that yearned to find its mate. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a deep growl that echoed across the skies, announcing the arrival of a force as ancient as time itself. The clouds churned, dark and heavy, casting shadows over the land of Midgard. In that moment, the air grew thick with anticipation, as if the world held its breath, waiting for the god of thunder to make his entrance. Thor, the mighty son of Odin, stood tall, his muscular frame silhouetted against the stormy backdrop. Golden hair whipped around his face, and his piercing blue eyes crackled with the ferocity of lightning. He wielded Mjolnir, the enchanted hammer that was not merely a weapon, but a symbol of protection for the realms. With a single swing, he could shatter mountains or summon storms, his power echoing through the ages. Yet, it was not just his strength that made him a god. It was his heart. A heart that beat for Midgard, the realm of humans, a world he fiercely defended. In the villages below, life continued, unaware of the storm brewing above. Farmers toiled in fields, their hands calloused but hopeful. Children laughed and played, their innocence untouched by the darkness that sometimes threatened to engulf them. But Thor knew better. He had seen the shadows creeping ever closer, watched as frost giants and dark elves plotted to invade the very fabric of human existence. The murmurs of danger surged through the air, and with each rumble of thunder, he felt the weight of his responsibilities grow heavier. As he descended from the great heights of Asgard, the golden halls of his father, he felt a surge of emotion. Every step he took was a promise to protect the people who looked up to him. The legends told of his bravery, but it was their faith that fueled his spirit. When the skies roared and the winds howled, it was not just his power that drove him. It was the love for Midgard and its people that ignited the fire within him. In a nearby village, a young girl named Astrid stood outside her home, her bright eyes scanning the horizon. She had heard the tales of Thor, of his lightning and thunder, but today felt different. Today she sensed a stirring in her heart, a call to something greater. As she looked up at the darkening skies, hope mixed with fear. What if the storm brought danger instead of protection? What if Thor's arrival meant the end of the peace they had fought so hard to maintain? Suddenly, the ground shook beneath her feet, and she stumbled backward, her breath catching in her throat. She glanced around, eyes wide with wonder and trepidation. The air was electric, charged with energy, and the clouds began to swirl, forming shapes that danced in the sky. Then, with a blinding flash, Thor appeared before her, a force of nature wrapped in mortal forms. "Astrid," he bellowed, his voice like rolling thunder, yet it held a warmth that melted her fear. "Have faith, I am here to protect you." Astrid's heart raced as she stood before a living legend, her dreams and fears converging into a single moment. The power radiating from him was palpable, filling her with a sense of safety she had never known. He knelt down, his eyes locking onto hers, and in that gaze, she saw the weight he carried for everyone in Midgard. She could see the shadows behind him, the darkness he fought against, and it made her heart swell with admiration. As Thor rose, the skies erupted in a brilliant display of lightning, illuminating the darkest corners of the world. He felt the pull of the giants, their icy breath chilling the air around him. A battle was brewing, and he could sense the fear creeping into the hearts of mortals. He would not allow that fear to take root. Not today. With a roar that shook the heavens, Thor summoned the thunder, his voice echoing like a battle cry across the land. The air felt alive with magic, and in that moment, he was not just a god. He was a beacon of hope. The storm that had seemed ominous now became a promise of protection, a reassurance that as long as he stood, Midgard would remain safe. The frost giants, lurking in the shadows, felt the tide turning. They watched from a distance, their gnarled hands itching to bring chaos, but fear rooted them to the ground. They could smell the challenge in the air. They could hear the determination in Thor's voice as he proclaimed his love for Midgard, and it sent shivers down their spines. The storm was his ally, and through it, he would wield unimaginable power. Back in the village, the people gathered, their eyes reflecting the flash of lightning. They sensed the shift in the atmosphere, a mixture of awe and dread. What would happen next? Would the thunder god protect them, or would the darkness prevail? As they looked skyward, the weight of their hopes rested on Thor's shoulders. Thor raised his hammer, Mjolnir glowing with power, and with a sweeping motion, he called forth the storm. Rain began to pour, not just a drizzle, but a torrential downpour that washed over the land. It was a cleansing, a rebirth of sorts, washing away the fears that had settled in the hearts of the villagers. The air crackled with energy, the ground alive with the vibrations of impending battle. In the chaos of the storm, Thor felt a surge of purpose. He had always fought for the people of Midgard, but today felt different. Today was about more than just power. It was about connection, about the bond between a god and the mortals he cherished. As he charged toward the fray, he carried their hopes in his heart, a fierce determination to protect them at all costs. As the frost giants roared and charged from their icy lairs, Thor stood unwavering. He was the wall against the maelstrom. With each swing of Mjolnir, he radiated strength, each flash of lightning illuminating the faces of those who looked up to him. The battle was not just his, it belonged to every soul in Midgard, and together, they were an unstoppable force. With every clash of thunder, every roar of the giants, the stakes grew higher. The storm intensified, reflecting the tumultuous emotions of the battle unfolding below. It was a dance of chaos and courage, a testament to what it meant to be a protector. As the rain fell, it mingled with the sweat of warriors, mingled with the tears of those who had lost, and the laughter of those who rejoiced. In that moment, as the thunder rumbled and the lightning flashed, the lines between God and human blurred. Every heart beat in unison with Thor's, every soul united in the struggle for a brighter future. And as the battle raged on, it became clear that this was not just about victory or defeat. It was about love, sacrifice, and the unyielding spirit of Midgard that would echo through the ages. In the flickering shadows of Asgard, where gods strode with golden grandeur, one figure stood apart, cloaked in mischief and paradox. Loki, the trickster god, was a walking contradiction, a tapestry woven from strands of chaos and cunning. The air tingled with an electric charge whenever he entered a room, his presence igniting a mixture of intrigue and unease among the gods. He possessed a dazzling charm that could brighten the darkest corners of their immortal lives. Yet beneath that captivating smile lay a mind sharp enough to cut through the fabric of trust. Loki was not born of the same lineage as the other gods. He was a frost giant, a child of ice and shadow. Yet he had found a peculiar home among the glimmering halls of Asgard. This twist of fate granted him a unique position, one that both fascinated and terrified his fellow gods. As he wandered through the great feasts and battles, dressed in rich fabrics that flowed like liquid night, whispers followed him like shadows. Was he a friend or a foe? The lines blurred like the smoke from the fires of Valhalla. His laughter rang like chimes through the valley of the gods, sweet and disarming, yet it could freeze the warmth in a heart. Beneath that laughter, however, lay a torrent of emotions: joy, sorrow, rage, and betrayal. Loki could turn the most joyous occasion into chaos with a flick of his wrist or a wry smile. He was the architect of pranks that left the mightiest gods embarrassed and bewildered, his tricks often rooted in a profound understanding of their weaknesses. He had an uncanny ability to read the hearts of those around him, knowing exactly how to twist their desires into instruments of their own downfall. One fateful day, at a grand feast in honor of the gods, Loki's antics took a twisted turn. The long table was laden with the finest meats and the richest wines, laughter echoing against the golden walls. Yet, as the gods reveled in their glory, Loki, with a mischievous glint in his eye, decided to unveil a truth that had remained buried. With a theatrical flourish, he called upon the gods' hidden secrets, exposing their vulnerabilities in a way that sent ripples of tension through the hall. The laughter turned to gasps and then to silence as each god found their heart racing, uncertain of what would come next. Thor, the thunderous warrior, stood up, his face flushed with embarrassment as Loki recounted tales of his own clumsiness, tales that painted the noble god as a bumbling giant beneath all his might. Loki's words were like arrows, swift and piercing, each one striking a nerve, igniting feelings of shame and resentment. It was a dance of emotions, a twisted game where Loki held all the cards. As laughter turned to anger, the once celebratory atmosphere morphed into a brewing storm, and Loki thrived in the chaos he had created. Yet there was more to Loki than just mischief. He carried a heavy burden, a loneliness that gnawed at his heart. As a frost giant, he always felt like an outsider in the warmth of Asgard. Though he had forged bonds with the gods, they were always strained by his unpredictable nature. They loved him and feared him in equal measure, a duality that left him isolated. In the way he played, one could see his longing for acceptance, for a place among those he considered family, even as he pushed them away with his antics. As the gods simmered with rage, Loki moved like a fleeting shadow, his mind racing with thoughts of how to escape the anger boiling in the hall. He thrived in the moment, adrenaline coursing through him as he danced between their fury and his own regret. The laughter of yesterday echoed in his ears, a haunting reminder of the camaraderie he always sought, yet never fully attained. They needed him, even as they despised the chaos he brought. The thought sent a cold shiver down his spine. What if they no longer wanted him at all? In the aftermath of that disastrous feast, consequences loomed large. Loki's heart raced as the gods debated his fate, their voices rising and falling like waves crashing against a rocky shore. Would they banish him? Would they seek vengeance for his betrayal? Each question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. He could feel their eyes boring into him, searching for an explanation, a reason why he acted as he did. But each explanation felt like an endless labyrinth, tangled and impossible to navigate. Thor's anger was a tempest, his booming voice echoing through the hall. He was the protector of Asgard, a pillar of strength, and Loki's actions had shaken the very foundation of that strength. But even in Thor's rage, there was a flicker of something else. Sadness, perhaps? The weight of knowing that their bond was teetering on the edge. Loki, even as he felt the icy grip of fear, couldn't help but relish the intensity of the moment. This was his realm, a place where he thrived amidst chaos. But it was also the place where he stood to lose everything. As the gods' voices rose in a cacophony of anger and disappointment, Loki felt the very air crackle with tension. The fates had spun their web, and he was caught in its silken strands. Every heartbeat echoed in his ears, a relentless reminder of the precariousness of his situation. He was the trickster, yes, but he was also a god. And with that came the weight of responsibility. Responsibility he often shrugged off in favor of laughter and chaos. But chaos, as they say, has a way of coming back to bite. At that moment, Loki knew he had pushed the limits too far, not just with the gods, but with himself. In his quest for belonging, he had created a chasm wider than the sea, and yet the fire inside him refused to be snuffed out. He was Loki, and even in moments of despair, he remained defiantly proud. The whispers of his past echoed in his mind. Is it too late for redemption? As the gods questioned him, the answer hung heavy in the air, one that would lead to choices he never imagined he'd have to face. In that moment, the dance continued, the music of their lives playing on, with Loki at the center, an enigma wrapped in shadows, a heart torn between laughter and sorrow, chaos and control. How it would end remained unwritten, a story still unfolding, threads intertwining in a tapestry of fate that was far from finished. All eyes remained on him, and the room held its breath, waiting for the next move of the trickster god. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden light over the sweeping meadows of Asgard. Laughter danced on the breeze, the joyous sounds of the gods mingling with the sweet perfume of blooming flowers. But beneath this idyllic scene, a shadow loomed, darker than any storm cloud, a whisper of fate that would change everything. Balder, the beloved god of light, the shining figure who brought joy to the hearts of many, was unknowingly standing at the precipice of tragedy. Every creature loved Balder. His laughter could light up even the darkest corners of the world. He was the embodiment of purity and beauty, his golden hair shimmering like sunbeams, his presence a balm to those who encountered him. As he walked among the gods, his charm and kindness made him the central figure in the tapestry of divine life. Yet, there was a growing sense of unease that hung over Asgard, a feeling that something was amiss, that the threads of fate were being woven into a pattern nobody could foresee. Frigg, Balder's mother, the fierce and protective goddess, sensed it first. As she cradled her son one evening, a chill ran down her spine. "You are beloved by all," she said softly, brushing her fingers through his hair. But love can often be a double-edged sword. Her voice trembled as she spoke, an ominous echo in the stillness of their hall. She had made it her mission to protect him, to shield him from any harm that might arise. In those quiet moments, she made an unusual decision. Frigg traveled to every corner of the earth, seeking out the spirits of plants, animals, and even stones, demanding they swear an oath to never harm her son. The winds whispered of her resolve, and everything agreed, all but one. There was a small, unassuming mistletoe plant, overlooked and dismissed, that chose to remain untouched by her decree. It lingered in the shadows, patiently waiting for the moment when fate would allow it to strike. Back in Asgard, Balder continued to dream of peace and happiness. He reveled in games and feasts, but an inexplicable sense of dread began to seep into his heart. Night after night, he was haunted by visions of darkness, of a swift and terrible end. He shared his fears with the gods, but they laughed it off, assuring him it was merely the whims of a restless mind. They were oblivious to the storm that was brewing, ignorant of the tragic interweaving of fate and folly. One fateful day, the gods devised a game, a test of their strength and prowess. They gathered in a grand circle, eager to witness Balder's invulnerability. They took turns throwing weapons at him, each one bouncing harmlessly away, met with cheers of admiration. The air was thick with excitement, laughter blending with the clinking of goblets. Yet, in the midst of the revelry, the mistletoe sat silently, waiting for its moment to shine. Loki, the god of mischief, watched with a sly grin, as his mind whirred with a scheme. Jealousy twisted inside him, a feeling that had long been buried. The sight of Balder, beloved, untouchable, stoked the flames of his resentment. He approached the blind god Hödur, whispering words of deceit and manipulation. "Why do you not join in the fun?" he asked, his voice a serpent's hiss. "Balder is the only one who doesn't fear what may come. Wouldn't it be entertaining to see him fall?" Hödur, unaware of Loki's true intentions, nodded slowly, a sense of camaraderie stirring in his heart. With a bow not meant for battle, he took up the mistletoe that Loki had cunningly crafted into a dart. A dark cloud settled over the gathering as he launched it toward Balder, the unsuspecting god. The weapon flew through the air, driven by destiny and malice, striking Balder in the heart. A gasp swept through the crowd as time seemed to stand still. Balder staggered and fell, the joy of Asgard snuffed out like a flickering flame in a storm. The world around them shifted, cries of disbelief echoing against the golden walls of their home. The laughter that had filled the air moments before turned to anguished wails as the gods rushed to his side. But the light had gone out. The god of light lay lifeless, a tragic testament to the fragility of existence. Frigg's heart shattered. She had fought so hard to protect him, had traversed the realms for his safety, yet here he was, fallen, robbed of his life. The goddess wept, her tears a river of sorrow that swept through Asgard. Darkness descended, wrapping itself around the realm, a cloak of despair that wouldn't easily be shed. The gods, once vibrant and full of laughter, now stood paralyzed, lost in their grief and remorse. The echo of Balder's death resonated far beyond the borders of Asgard. The whole world felt the tremor of loss, as winter approached early, and life itself seemed to dim. The news of this tragedy traveled like wildfire, igniting despair wherever it reached. Even the animals, once joyous in their freedom, mourned, as the harmony of nature felt the impact of Balder's absence. Loki, watching from the shadows, reveled in the chaos he had sown. Guilt washed over the other gods, but there was no time for reflection. The hunt for revenge surged through their hearts. They sought to find Loki, to bring him to justice for the pain he had caused. The tension crackled in the air, thick and palpable, as the gods vowed to track him down, their fury igniting a fire that would not easily be quelled. Asgard was now a realm divided, caught between mourning the loss of its brightest star and grappling with the betrayal lurking among them. The fate of Balder would be the catalyst, setting forth a chain of events that would echo through history, forever altering the course of the gods. The mistletoe remained a constant reminder of how fragile happiness could be, waiting silently in the shadows, while the saga of vengeance and sorrow began to unfold. Even in death, Balder's light lingered, a ghostly echo that flickered through the hearts of those who remembered him. Each tear cried in his name was a testament to the love he inspired, as Asgard braced itself for the storm to come. A storm that would not simply wash away their grief, but would force them to confront the darkness within. And so, the story continued, weaving its way through time, a chain of events set into motion, leading them all to an uncertain future, where light and darkness would forever dance a deadly waltz. Beneath the vast swirling shadows of ancient mountains, where the air crackled with electricity and whispered of tales long forgotten, the Jotuns roamed. Their towering figures, draped in the mist of the northern fjords, were more than mere giants. They were the very embodiment of chaos and raw nature, the primordial forces that shaped the world. Each step they took echoed like thunder, reminding mortals of their place in the grand tapestry of existence. The Jotuns were not just creatures of myth. They were the first architects of fate, crafting the world with their hands, their laughter akin to falling rocks, and their sorrow like the weeping skies. Imagine a gathering of these colossal beings, their laughter rumbling like distant storms, as they shared tales of ancient battles and forged alliances. Their eyes, deep pools of knowledge, held the secrets of creation, and in their hearts burned the fire of ambition and jealousy. In the cold, biting winds, two Jotuns stood apart from the rest, their shadows stretching long against the fading light. One was known as Hrungnir, whose powerful form was said to be made of stone and fury. Tales told of his battles with the gods and how he dared to challenge Thor himself. The very ground trembled beneath him as he boasted about his strength, his voice booming across the valleys. Hrungnir's pride was a double-edged sword, for it attracted both allies and enemies alike, and the tension in the air thickened with every word he spoke. On the opposite side, Skadi, a goddess among Jotuns, with a heart as fierce as winter's chill, watched the unfolding scene with an intensity that could scorch ice. She was a huntress, weaving through forests with grace, her spirit intertwined with the wild. Skadi had her own grievances against the gods, for they had taken from her the one she loved most. Her bond with the natural world made her an unpredictable force, capable of both destruction and healing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, the Jotuns gathered around a makeshift fire, their eyes gleaming with mischief and defiance. They spoke of the Aesir, the gods who resided in Asgard, and the fine line that separated them from the giants. With each tale, the tension crackled, igniting stories of rivalry and kinship that echoed through the ages. The Jotuns were not mere adversaries. They were reflections of the gods' weaknesses, a constant reminder that in the dance of creation and destruction, balance was key. But the night held darker meanings as well. The Jotuns were often seen as the harbingers of doom, their existence a prelude to Ragnarok, the end of days. This prophecy loomed over the cosmos, a shadow that twisted and turned through the threads of fate. The gods, in their golden halls, whispered of the giants with a mix of fear and reverence. They knew that the Jotuns held the power to unravel the very fabric of their lives, and yet, the gods could not resist the pull of their chaotic allure. Underneath the shimmering stars, dreams intertwined with reality as the Jotuns shared stories of their lineage. There were tales of Laufey, mother of Loki, whose cunning and deceit made her son a bridge between two worlds. Loki, the trickster, danced through the realms, with roots in both the giants and the gods, a reminder that no lineage was pure and no heart completely good or evil. In this mingling of bloodlines, the Jotuns found both pride and heartbreak, an eternal cycle of creation and destruction, love and betrayal. Suddenly, a howl pierced the air, the sound reverberating through the mountains. It was Fenrir, a monstrous wolf born of Loki's twisted legacy, a creature whose fate was intertwined with the destruction of the gods. The Jotuns paused, their attention drawn to the dark horizon. Fenrir's presence was a chilling reminder of the prophecies that dictated their existence, the tales that spun around fires, and the fear that gnawed at their hearts. As he howled, it was as if the very earth trembled in anticipation, sensing the impending clash of giants and gods. In the flickering firelight, emotions swirled like the smoke that curled into the night sky. The Jotuns felt the weight of their significance in the grand design of the world. They were the embodiment of nature's fury, the storm that raged and the calm that followed. Their very existence was a testament to the duality of life, the reminder that creation often birthed destruction. As the night deepened, Hrungnir, emboldened by his earlier bravado, declared his intent to challenge Thor to a contest of strength. The other Jotuns cheered, their voices rising in a crescendo, a symphony of anticipation that echoed through the valleys. They reveled in the thought of a clash between the thundering god and their stalwart kin. The outcome uncertain, a thrilling gamble that kept their hearts racing. But Skadi, with her piercing gaze, sensed the storm brewing within the hearts of her kin. The gods may have seemed distant, but their influence was ever present, and their wrath could be catastrophic. Boldness could quickly turn to folly if they weren't careful. The firelight flickered, casting shadows that danced ominously as she spoke, her voice steady and resolute. Let us not forget the lessons of the past. The gods may fall, but with them, the world might crumble. We are not simply the harbingers of doom. We are the architects of our own fate. Her words hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the fragile balance that existed between the realms. The Jotuns shifted, their anticipation mingling with unease. They were giants of strength, yet bound by the chains of destiny, caught in a web woven by the gods' whims. As they pondered Skadi's wisdom, a flicker of defiance ignited in their hearts. The allure of the gods was strong, but the call of their own legacy was stronger. The giants were not merely players in a game. They were the essence of existence itself, the chaotic tides that shaped the shores of time. And as the night deepened, an unspoken bond formed among them, a sense of unity that pulsed like a heartbeat, a shared understanding that the fate of their kind rested not just in the hands of the gods, but in their own. In the distance, thunder rumbled, a warning or a promise, as the Jotuns stood tall against the encroaching shadows. The night was alive with the whispers of ancient prophecies, and the air buzzed with the energy of impending change. The Jotuns, with their hearts full of fire and spirit, would not be forgotten. They were the giants, the keepers of balance, and as they prepared for the inevitable clash with the gods, their stories would ripple through time, forever echoing in the hearts of those who dared to remember. In the dim light of a flickering fire, the air crackled with tension, and the scent of burning wood mingled with the earthy aromas of the forest. Shadows danced on the walls of the great hall, casting shapes that seemed alive, just like the stories whispered in the glimmer of the flames. Among the tales told in hushed voices, one name resonated like a heartbeat: Freya, the goddess who commanded both love and war. Freya was no ordinary goddess. She strode through the meadows of Asgard, her golden hair flowing like sunlight, a vivid symbol of the beauty and strength she embodied. With every step, flowers bloomed under her feet, their colors singing praises to her presence. She was adored by all, yet feared by those who dared to dishonor her. Her laughter could charm the fiercest warrior, while her wrath could shake the very foundations of the earth. Her story began with a journey that few could fathom. She was the daughter of Njord, the god of the sea, and Skadi, the giantess of winter. Born into a world straddling two realms, Freya carried the weight of duality, love and war, peace and chaos. Yet within her, these forces existed in harmony, each complementing the other. Her heart was a battlefield where tenderness met the fierce blaze of battle. The warriors revered her, not just as a goddess of love, but as a fierce protector on the battlefield. In the halls of Valhalla, Where the bravest warriors feasted, Freya held sway. She watched over those who fell in battle, welcoming them with open arms, her presence as warm as a summer's day. The Valkyries, her loyal maidens, flew across the skies, choosing those worthy of a place in her eternal banquet, their wings shimmering like stars against the twilight. She was not merely a goddess, she was a promise of glory and honor, a beacon for those who dared to fight. Yet Freya was more than a figure of power. She was a lover, a sister, and a friend. Her heart was intertwined with that of her twin brother, Freyr, the god of fertility. Together, they nurtured the land, bringing forth bountiful harvests and ensuring the cycles of life continued. But tragedy loomed ever close, for love is often shadowed by loss. When her brother was taken away by the machinations of fate, Freya felt her heart fracture, and the world grew dimmer. The grief carved deep lines in her spirit, yet she emerged stronger. Vowing to honor his memory with every act of love she bestowed upon the world. The tales of her romantic exploits were legendary, filled with passion and heartbreak. Freya was pursued by many suitors, but none could capture her heart entirely. Her affection was as elusive as mist on a summer morning. Among them, the mighty god Thor, with his thunderous laughter and strength, sought her hand. Yet she eluded him like a dream just out of reach. Her heart belonged to no one man, for it was a wildflower, blooming freely in the meadows of the divine. But it was not only in love that Freya found her strength. As the dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, she donned her fierce armor, ready to lead her warriors into battle. The sound of clashing swords and the cries of brave men echoed in her ears, a symphony of valor that stirred her very soul. She reveled in the dance of combat, her spirit ignited by the thrill of the fight. In those moments, she was both the nurturing mother and the fierce lioness, guiding her clan with an unwavering resolve. The stories of Freya's exploits were not without their darker undertones. Jealousy brewed among the gods, a shadow that crept in when least expected. Loki, the trickster, often meddled in affairs that would roil the hearts of gods and mortals alike. One fateful day, he stole Freya's cherished necklace, the Brisingamen, a symbol of her power and femininity. As the goddess chased him through the realms, the air thick with tension, her fury ignited like a flame. The very earth trembled beneath her feet, and the skies darkened as her wrath unfolded. In that moment, she was invincible, a force of nature that could not be contained. Her determination was palpable as she confronted Loki, demanding the return of what was rightfully hers. With every word, she wove a tapestry of emotions, anger and desire, vengeance and compassion. The tension in the air was so thick it could be cut with a sword. Yet even in her rage, there lay a glimmer of understanding, a reminder that all beings, even the tricksters, played their part in the grand design of the universe. As the battle raged on, the boundaries between love and war blurred. Freya's heart swayed like a pendulum, caught between the fierce necessity of vengeance and the gentle pull of love. The stories of her life echoed in the hearts of those who heard them, each tale a reminder that love could ignite wars, and wars could bring about love. With every conflict, she gathered strength, a phoenix rising from the ashes of sorrow and loss. The world turned ever on, and Freya stood at the center of it all, a goddess of paradoxes, embodying the essence of life itself. She was a whisper in the wind, a deep-seated longing in the hearts of warriors, a flower blooming in the face of adversity. And as she walked the thin line between these worlds, her story intertwined with those of mortals and gods alike, pulling them into her dance of fate, love, and conflict. In the quiet moments, as the stars blinked awake in the night sky, Freya would reflect on the choices made and battles fought, her heart heavy with the weight of it all. She understood that every warrior who fell, every lover who lost, was part of a larger story, a tapestry spun from the threads of joy, grief, love, and war. Each night, as she cradled the world in her arms, she felt the pulse of life, a constant reminder of the delicate balance she upheld. Yet, even as the fire crackled and the shadows flickered, a storm brewed on the horizon. The echoes of the past whispered in her ear, and the fate of gods and men hung in the balance. Freya knew, deep in her soul, that the next chapter was just beginning, a new dance on the winds of fate, where love and war would collide once more in an epic saga that would shape the very fabric of existence itself. The pulse of the coming storm thrummed like a distant drum, calling to her, summoning her to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Under the watchful gaze of 1,000 stars, Heimdall stood tall, his eyes glistening with the light of foresight. The night air was thick with anticipation in Asgard, where the golden spires pierced the twilight like the sharp tips of a spear. The Bifrost Bridge, a shimmering ribbon of color, arched over the abyss, connecting the realms. It pulsed with energy, a heartbeat resonating through the very fabric of the universe. Heimdall, the Guardian, felt the pulse deeply within him, each beat echoing the weight of his duty. He had the sharpest senses of any god, hearing the grass grow and seeing the movements of the smallest creature. His ears, perfect and attuned, caught whispers from the edges of all realities. The world breathed in harmony, but the winds carried a scent of change, a foreboding chill that sent shivers through his spine. Shadows flickered at the corners of his vision, and the whisper of danger danced with the cool breeze. As he stood, golden armor gleaming, he could feel the tension building. He was not only a watchman, he was the sentinel of peace, standing against the chaos that threatened to spill into the cosmos. His sword, Gjallarhorn, rested at his side, a symbol of the alarm he would sound at the first hint of trouble. It was said that when he blew the horn, all realms would tremble, and the very heavens would shake. The thought of such a moment gripped him with a sense of urgency, wrapped in dread. The tales spoke of giants, beings of immense power, who sought to break through the layers of existence, to shatter the barriers that separated their world from Asgard. Heimdall had heard the murmurs of their plans, their relentless pursuit of vengeance for ancient wrongs. Each passing day, the threat loomed larger, darker, heavier. A flicker on the horizon caught his eye. The luminescent colors of the Bifrost shifted, casting a kaleidoscope of light across the night sky. It was not the usual ebb and flow of the bridge. Something was stirring. Heimdall's heart quickened, his senses heightened, electric with the tingle of imminent danger. He stepped forward, his armor clinking softly, a sound swallowed by the stillness around him. Time felt suspended as he peered into the unknown, straining to discern the shapes forming against the backdrop of the stars. Each moment stretched, pregnant with possibilities. Could it be the giants, or was it something yet more sinister? The air crackled with tension, thick and heavy as a storm cloud waiting to break. Heimdall lifted his chin, the wind tousling his hair, whispering secrets only he could hear. He thought of his duty, the endless vigilance required of him. Long ago, the gods had entrusted him with the defense of the Bifrost, and he had not failed them. But as he scanned the horizon, doubt flickered within, a tiny ember threatening to ignite into a raging fire. What if his watch was not enough? What if he missed the signs? The weight of the cosmos pressed against his shoulders, a burden borne by the chosen. In the shadows, figures began to emerge, dark silhouettes against the bright expanse of the bridge. They moved with purpose, their intentions clear in the way they crept forward, like wolves stalking their prey. Heimdall's heart raced. He tightened his grip on Gjallarhorn, every instinct urging him to sound the alarm. But he held back. There was something hauntingly familiar about their movement, a rhythm that mirrored the dance of ancient warriors. They were not giants. No. These were warriors, Norse, from old tales sung by firesides, clad in furs and adorned with battle scars that told stories of valor and loss. Their eyes gleamed with determination, and a fire burned within them. Could they be allies, come to aid in the defense of Asgard? Or were they lost souls, wandering the realms in search of a purpose? The uncertainty made his gut twist. Heimdall felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. The time for inaction was slipping away like sand through fingers. Then, as if sensing his inner turmoil, one stepped forward. Her presence was commanding, radiating strength and resilience. She raised her gaze towards Heimdall, and in that moment, he felt an unspoken connection, a bond forged in the fires of battle. The woman's voice rang out, clear and unwavering, cutting through the silence like a sword. "We seek your aid, Watchman," she declared, the urgency of her plea vibrating in the air. "The giants move against us, and the realms tremble. We come to protect what is sacred, to fight alongside you." Heimdall's heart swelled. Hope ignited within him, kindling flames that momentarily chased away the shadows. Yet doubt lingered, a stubborn echo. Could he trust these warriors? Would they stand firm when the time came to fight? The uncertainty gnawed at him, a relentless whisper that warned him to tread carefully. As the thought swirled, a rumble shook the ground beneath him. The Bifrost flickered dangerously, colors swirling like a storm in the sky. The moment had come. The giants were upon them, relentless and fierce, seeking to reclaim what they believed was their right. Heimdall felt the call of destiny stirring within, awakening the warrior spirit that lay dormant, waiting for this very moment. He raised Gjallarhorn to his lips, the sacred horn shimmering with power, ready to summon the gods of Asgard and all those willing to stand against the darkness. The air was electric, alive with the promise of battle. The Watchers, the warriors, and the legends of old were about to converge on the Bifrost and all that lay beyond it. The pulse of the universe quickened, urging him forward. With a heavy breath, Heimdall prepared to sound the alarm, the echoes of fate reverberating against the very fabric of existence. In the shadow of the great Yggdrasil, the world tree towering over the realms of gods and men, three figures moved quietly, their presence both eerie and mesmerizing. The air shimmered with the weight of destiny, heavy like a thunderstorm ready to break. These three women, the Norns, shaped the very fabric of fate. Clad in robes that seemed to absorb the light, they were both beautiful and terrifying, their eyes reflecting the infinite knowledge of the past, present, and future. Verdandi, the Norn of the present, stood with a graceful poise, her fingers weaving delicate threads of existence, threads that shimmered as they caught the light. She could feel the pulse of life, the heartbeat of the world, and it surged through her fingers like electric currents. With each movement, she sculpted the choices of mortals, shaping their paths with the gentlest of touches or the fiercest of pulls, as if she were a musician playing a haunting melody on strings, taut with emotion. Skuld, the youngest of the three, represented the future, a wild spirit with a fiery gaze that flickered like a flame. As she spun her yarns, her laughter rang out, light yet foreboding. She was the embodiment of hope, but also of dread. The future could be bright or bleak, depending on the choices made in Verdundi's present. With every twist of her thread, she whispered promises and warnings, leaving mortals to ponder the implications of their desires. And then there was Urd, the eldest, draped in shadows that told tales of days long gone. Her presence was commanding, an anchor to the past. She held the wisdom of ancient times, memories etched in her very being. With a solemn nod, she drew from the well of fate, pulling forth strands that shimmered with the stories of heroes and the echoes of those who had fallen. Each thread was a life lived, a choice made, and a consequence set in motion. The weight of her knowledge hung like a heavy cloak around her shoulders, yet she bore it with grace. Together, they were the weavers of destiny, their fingers dancing in an intricate ballet, crafting the lives of gods and men alike. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an ethereal glow across the landscape, the Norns gathered at the base of Yggdrasil, where the roots intertwined with the fabric of all existence. The whispers of past lives murmured through the leaves, resonating with the stories of those who had come before. Each Norn had her own purpose, yet their actions were intertwined. Verdundi's choices echoed in Skuld's laughter, while Urd's memories shaped Verdundi's present. It was a delicate balance, a constant push and pull between the past, present, and future. One thread pulled too tight could unravel the tapestry of fate, and with it, the very essence of life. Mortals, unaware of the forces at work, lived their lives with dreams and fears, unaware that their choices were shaped by the invisible hands of these powerful women. As night fell, the stars twinkled like tiny eyes, watching, waiting. In the quiet of the night, a young warrior named Eirik sat by his fire, the flames flickering like the threads woven by the Norns. He felt a deep yearning to carve his name into the annals of history, to be remembered as a great hero. Unbeknownst to him, his desires reached the ears of Skuld, whose playful spirit danced with excitement at the thought of another life to mold. But Urd watched with a heavy heart. She had seen countless warriors rise and fall, their destinies intertwined with battles fought and lost. Eirik's ambition was noble, yet the path ahead was fraught with danger. She could see the threads of his fate twisted with the shadows of betrayal and loss. The laughter of Skuld rang sharply in contrast to the somber weight of Urd's foresight. With the moon casting a silvery light upon the ground, the Norns gathered close, their voices merging into a harmonious chant that echoed through the night. Eirik felt a shiver run down his spine, a sense of being watched, even as he stoked the fire. The flames crackled, and for a brief moment, he caught a glimpse of three women standing at the edge of the shadows, their eyes glinting like stars. He blinked, and they were gone, leaving behind an unsettling feeling that something beyond his understanding was influencing his fate. As dawn broke, the world awoke to a swirl of possibilities. Eirik donned his armor, his heart racing with anticipation. He felt as though he could conquer anything, but deep inside, a shadow loomed, a flicker of doubt that he couldn't quite shake off. The Norns, with their omniscient gaze, watched him prepare for battle, each of them aware that the threads of his destiny were already being woven. In the Hall of the Gods, Odin sat upon his throne, the weight of wisdom etched across his brow. He had long sought the knowledge of the Norns, understanding that their insights could shape the fate of not just men, but of deities as well. He sent his ravens, Hugin and Munin, to seek the whispers of the Norns, eager to learn the fate of the realms. As the ravens soared across the skies, they sensed the tension building. The air thick with the unseen threads being pulled taut by the Norns. The moments stretched, pregnant with tension, as the warrior prepared to step into the unknown. Eric's breath quickened. The pull of destiny was inescapable. Would he rise to greatness or fall into the abyss of forgotten names? In the woods around him, the trees whispered secrets, just as the Norns spun their threads, each decision echoing through the fabric of existence. The Norns continued their work, their fingers busy with the loom of fate. The fire burned brightly for Eric, and as he took his first step towards the battlefield, the threads began to intertwine, creating a tapestry of choices both great and terrible. The whispers of the past, present, and future converged, and destiny seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next moment to unfold, leaving a lingering question in the air. What thread would he choose to follow? The sky darkened suddenly, a thick blanket of clouds rolling in, as if the heavens themselves were drawing a curtain over the world. As the first drops of rain began to fall, a chill whispered through the air, igniting an instinctual fear deep within the hearts of those who looked up. They had heard the stories, the old tales passed down through generations, but now, standing at the precipice of reality and myth, they felt the weight of those stories pressing down like the storm above them. The gods were angry, and the end was nigh. In ancient Scandinavia, the word Ragnarok sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest warriors. It was not merely a tale of the gods, it was a prophecy laden with inevitability. The whispers of fate foretold a cataclysmic battle that would lead to the death of many gods, the destruction of the world, and the emergence of a new beginning. The old Norse sagas spoke of the fierce giants, the treachery of Loki, and the burning serpent, Nidhogg, who would gnaw at the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree. The stories were warnings, tales soaked in blood and fire, stirring dread and fascination in equal measure. As the storm raged on, the villagers gathered around the flickering flames of their hearths, their faces illuminated with a ghostly glow. Mothers clutched their children tightly, whispering prayers to the gods for protection against the foreboding darkness. Elders recounted tales of the heroes who would rise against the forces of chaos, and their words hung in the air like heavy fog. Thor, the god of thunder, wielding his hammer, Mjolnir, against giants and monsters. Odin, the all-seeing one, sacrificing himself to gain wisdom, and Freya, the goddess of love and war, fierce and unyielding. These were their champions, yet even they could not escape the fate foretold. The prophecies spoke of 3 ominous signs: the harsh winters known as Fimbulwinter, where the sun would be swallowed by wolves, plunging the world into darkness. The first of these winters had come, bitter and long, stripping the land of its warmth and causing the rivers to freeze. The second sign was the breaking of bonds. Loki's ties to the gods would snap, unleashing chaos as he led his monstrous children into battle. As rumors of betrayal spread, trust frayed among allies, igniting conflicts among the tribes. Amidst the growing tension, there was a sense of inevitability that hung in the air, thick and suffocating. The idea that the sun would not shine again haunted the villagers. Each day the shadows grew longer, and fear seeped into their hearts. With every rumble of thunder, they felt the fate that awaited them, an unrelenting specter lurking just beyond the horizon. As the storm reached a fever pitch, a group of warriors stood on a hill, overlooking the valley where their settlement lay. Their armor glistened against the fading light, a stark contrast to the encroaching darkness. They were ready to face the inevitable. In hushed tones, they spoke of their ancestors, of the heroic tales they would leave behind. But deep down, they shared a collective dread, a fear that their stories would end here, swallowed by the chaos of Ragnarok. Every sound of thunder echoed like a drumbeat of war. The warriors clenched their fists, feeling the vibrations of destiny coursing through their veins. They were tied to the old prophecies, an unwritten bond that demanded their loyalty, not just to their people, but to the very fabric of existence. To battle was their fate. And in that battle lay both honor and despair. Meanwhile, the first flickers of twilight revealed an ominous figure approaching from the distance, cloaked in shadows and mystery. It was said that he would herald the coming of Ragnarok. Hrym, the giant, leading a ship made from the nails of the dead. As he drew closer, the air crackled with foreboding. The villagers could feel the ground tremble beneath them, a tremor that seemed to signal the unraveling of their world, a world that had once thrived in the light of the gods. Suddenly, the wind howled, a chilling cry that seemed to echo the cries of the fallen. It was a call to arms, a summons to meet the fate they had long feared. The warriors descended from the hill, their hearts pounding like war drums, a tumult of emotions swirling within them: fear, courage, despair, and hope. Every step felt like a march toward oblivion, yet they pressed on, drawn by the ancient fire that burned in their souls. The air thickened with anticipation, the scent of rain mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest. The villagers gathered at the edge of the clearing, their faces etched with worry, but also a fierce determination. They would not go quietly into the night. They would resist, even if it meant facing the end. Their voices rose in a prayer, a collective plea to the gods, a desperate wish for salvation against the oncoming storm. And as the first bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the valley in a stark flash of brilliance, they felt the world shift beneath them. The signs of Ragnarok were upon them. Nature itself was rooting for the chaos to come, preparing to witness the clash of titans. The battle for existence had begun, and there was no turning back. In the heart of that furious storm, as the winds howled and the skies cracked open, the inevitability of fate surged forward. The warriors braced themselves for the clash that would shake the very foundations of the earth, a confrontation not just against giants and monsters, but against their own fears and doubts. They would stand side by side, ready to face whatever horrors awaited them, fighting for their stories, their honor, and their world. The echoes of Ragnarok loomed ever closer, and with each heartbeat, the world teetered on the brink of an ancient prophecy about to unfold. The end was not just a destination, it was a moment, electric and terrifying, where every soul held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash between light and darkness, life and death. A moment steeped in the bittersweet taste of destiny, where the gods themselves would tremble, and the stories of mortals would be forever etched into the fabric of time. In the frost-kissed lands of ancient Scandinavia, beneath the swirling northern lights, there existed a world where women wielded power as fierce as the warrior gods themselves. The air crackled with the tension of stories untold, where every whisper of the wind carried echoes of heroines who shaped destinies in the shadow of towering mountains and dense forests. These women were not merely wives or daughters. They were seers, shield maidens, and goddesses, each with a tale that could send shivers down the spine. Freya, the goddess of love and war, was a force to be reckoned with. Her golden hair flowed like liquid sunlight, but her spirit burned with the fierceness of battle. Warriors fought not just for honor, but for the chance to join her in Valhalla, where she gathered slain heroes and encouraged them to prepare for Ragnarok, the day of reckoning. Freya commanded respect and admiration, her dual nature capturing the essence of life and death. When she rode her chariot drawn by cats, the world watched in awe, knowing she was as beautiful as she was deadly. In her embrace, love blossomed and hearts shattered, and every heart she touched was ignited with a passion that could not be extinguished. Then there was the enigmatic goddess Skadi, who defied the gods to choose her own fate. A giantess by birth, she sought vengeance for her father's death, but instead found a new life among the Aesir. With cunning skill, she traded her anger for joy, marrying the god Njord. Her story is one of mastery over her own narrative, proving that women could shape their destinies in a world often dominated by men. Skadi roamed the snowy mountains, hunting with unparalleled skill. Her presence a reminder that the wild belonged to those brave enough to claim it. As the tales unfolded, one could not forget the Norns, the three sisters who spun the threads of fate. Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld each held the past, present, and future in their hands, weaving the tapestry of existence with care and precision. Mortals trembled at their power, for their choices could be rewritten in the blink of an eye. The Norns were the ultimate arbiters of fate, showing that the essence of creation and destruction rested in feminine energy. Their presence loomed large, a constant reminder that life hung in a delicate balance, swayed by the choices of those who dared to dream. Yet, the women of Norse mythology were not solely celestial beings. The shield maidens, brave warriors who took up arms just as fiercely as any man, fought side by side with their male counterparts. Tales of these fierce women spread like wildfire across the villages. Clad in armor, they charged into battle with fierce determination, their hearts beating wildly with the thrill of combat. To be a shield maiden was to embrace the wild spirit of the North, a celebration of strength and courage that shattered the fragile boundaries of gender. Women were not relegated to the hearth. They were warriors, leaders, and architects of fate. Amidst the songs of glory, there were also the wise women, those who walked the thin line between the living and the spirits. They practiced Seder, a form of magic that allowed them to glimpse the threads of fate, often foreseeing what was to come. These seeresses held the knowledge of the past and the power to influence the future, their words dripping with the weight of prophecy. Villagers came to them seeking guidance, and their insights could change the course of lives, making them both revered and feared. In a world steeped in superstition, the wise women stood as pillars of strength. Their power undeniable, their gifts both a blessing and a curse. The tension in these stories was palpable, weaving through the hearts of those who listened. Women in Norse mythology were not mere background figures. They were the pulse of the narrative, their choices pivotal to the unfolding drama of gods and men. As the winds howled and the waves crashed against the shores, the tales of these women echoed through time, proving that in the face of overwhelming odds, their courage sparked a flame that could never be dimmed. In one haunting tale, a mother's love saved a son from the clutches of darkness. The story of Ragnhild and her son. The fearless warrior Bjorn reminded all that the bonds of love could transcend life itself. Ragnhild's heart was a fortress, protecting her child from the malevolent forces that sought to claim him. Through her determination, she defied the very gods, shattering the illusions of fate with her fierce resolve. The strength of a mother could bend the will of even the harshest of destinies, and in her story, the beauty of sacrifice shone brightly, an unyielding light against the cold darkness of despair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the stories of these women continued to weave through the fabric of time, a continuous thread binding generations together. The moon rose, illuminating the night sky and reminding all that the essence of femininity was woven into the very DNA of creation itself. It was a truth whispered on the lips of bards and etched into the stones of ancient tombs. In the vibrant tapestry of Norse mythology, the women were not just figures in the background. They were the heartbeat of the saga, a fierce and unwavering force that shaped the world. Their tales ignited the flames of rebellion against tradition, painted the skies with the colors of strength and resilience, and offered a testament to the profound impact women had in a time that sought to silence their voices. Each story was a rallying cry, a reminder that they could not be overlooked, that their power reverberated through the ages. As the night deepened and the stars glittered like diamonds scattered across the sky, the tension remained in the air, heavy with the weight of unspoken stories yet to be told. The flickering flames of the fires danced, casting shadows that seemed to whisper the names of women long gone, urging onlookers to remember them, to honor their legacies. The tales were far from finished. The echoes of their lives lingered, preparing to intertwine with the next chapter of the mythos, where the power of women would rise anew, ready to challenge fate once more. In the cold grip of night, a chilling wind whispered through the ancient trees, carrying with it the lost voices of those who had passed. The scent of damp earth mixed with the tang of distant fire, evoking memories of warriors long gone, their stories woven into the very fabric of the world. In the Norse cosmology, death was not an end, but a gateway, a bridge to otherworldly realms where the souls of the brave and the meek alike would find their fate. Valhalla rose majestically in the minds of the living, a grand hall where the mightiest of warriors, the Einherjar, gathered for a feast that would never end. The walls of this glorious hall echoed with laughter, and the clanging of goblets filled with mead as the fallen heroes regaled one another with tales of valor. Here, they would prepare for the final battle against the forces of chaos, a clash that would define the fate of the cosmos itself. Those who had met their end in battle, their spirits carried by Valkyries, would awaken each day to fight and feast, a cycle of glory that promised eternal honor. The air was thick with camaraderie, a sense of belonging that transcended mortal life, and even the fiercest of warriors found solace in this waiting room for the storm. But not all souls were destined for such grandeur. Across the vastness of the mythological landscape lay Hell, a dark and foreboding place, ruled by the enigmatic goddess of the same name. Hell was not a place of punishment, but rather a realm of shadows, where those who had died from illness or old age found their rest. Her hall was a stark contrast to Valhalla, a cold, shadowy abode where the echoes of sorrow lingered like an unwelcome guest. The ground was strewn with the memories of lives unlived, the dreams that faded like mist at dawn. It was said that hell would receive the souls of the forgotten, those whose lives were deemed unworthy of celebration in Valhalla's embrace. In her realm, they would find peace, but also the weight of their unfulfilled ambitions, the silence of stories left untold. A sense of dread enveloped the air as one contemplated the fate of those who slipped through the cracks of Valhalla and Hell. The Norns, the three sisters weaving the tapestry of fate, spun the destiny of souls with threads of gold and gray, balancing the scales of honor and neglect. Each life intersected with another, creating a web of connections, some bright with hope, others darkened by despair. The choices made in life echoed in the afterlife, shaping the stories that awaited each soul. Would they find eternal revelry or eternal rest? The answer lay within the hearts of the living, each choice a brushstroke on the canvas of the universe. Yet beyond Valhalla and Hell existed other realms, lesser known, but equally compelling in their darkness and light. The land of the frost giants, Niflheim, was a place of mist and ice, where the chill seeped into bones and memories faded like footprints in snow. It was said that here, the souls of those who lived in fear or malice might wander, trapped in a frozen expanse, forever seeking warmth that eluded them. The echoes of their regrets formed a haunting melody, a reminder of the choices that led them to this desolation. Then there was the fiery realm of Muspelheim, home to fire giants and the primordial flames that sparked creation. It pulsed with life and energy, a stark contrast to the cold expanse of Niflheim. Here, souls of the passionate and fierce might find themselves, caught in the dance of flames, forever yearning for more. The heat was intoxicating and the risks exhilarating, yet it was also a place of peril, where those who faltered could be consumed by their own desires. In the grand cosmic scheme, these realms were not mere destinations. They were reflections of the choices made, the lives lived. Each soul traversed a path that echoed their essence, leaving traces that marked the fabric of the universe. The Norse believed that the afterlife was as varied as life itself, composed of myriad experiences shaped by the myriad choices made during one's time on Earth. And so, the myths swirled in the minds of the people, tales of gods and goddesses intermingling with those of mortals. Odin, the Allfather, roamed the realms, observing, learning, and influencing. His quest for knowledge led him to sacrifice much, including an eye, for the wisdom that would guide his people. He understood that the afterlife was not a single path, but a myriad of journeys, each soul a unique story waiting to be told. The whispers of the past merged with the hopes of the future, creating a symphony that resonated through the ages. The hearts of those left behind beat with a steady rhythm of fear and hope, for the afterlife held both promise and uncertainty. They honored their dead with rituals and offerings, believing that the fate of their loved ones depended on the reverence shown by the living. The flicker of candles illuminated dark corners, a beacon for souls finding their way through the shadows. Each offering was a thread woven into the fabric of connection, a lifeline cast across the chasm between worlds. As the night deepened and the stories continued to unfold, whispers of the forgotten echoed in the air, weaving together the realms of Valhalla, Hell, and beyond. The tales intertwined, forming a colossal tapestry of existence, one that captured the essence of life, death, and what lay beyond. In this world of gods and mortals, every heartbeat mattered, every choice echoed into eternity, and every story was a thread in the great loom of fate, urging the living to look beyond the veil, to ponder the endless possibilities that awaited them when their time would come. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the barren landscape, as a raven perched atop a gnarled tree branch, its eyes glinting like shards of obsidian. It cawed into the biting wind, a call that echoed through the stillness, a signal to those who understood, a harbinger of change. The air was thick with anticipation, a feeling that something significant was about to unfold in this ancient world, where animals were not just companions, but vital threads in the fabric of life. Throughout history, ravens have held a prominent place in the minds and hearts of people. In Norse mythology, they were sacred to Odin, the All-Father, who sent his two ravens, Hugin and Munin, to gather knowledge from the world. These birds, symbols of wisdom and foresight, navigated the skies, observing human affairs and whispering their secrets back to their master. In Viking lore, spotting a raven was considered an omen, an indication of fortune or misfortune. The dark plumage of the raven shimmered with a promise of both hope and despair, embodying the duality of existence that humans have always grappled with. As the sun sank lower, the chilling howl of a wolf pierced the air, resonating through the valley like a ghostly wail. This creature, often misunderstood, played a crucial role in the ecosystems of ancient times. Wolves, with their keen instincts and strong social bonds, were the embodiment of loyalty and teamwork. They hunted in packs, strategizing their every move, showcasing the intelligence and emotional depth that often went unnoticed by those who feared them. Communities once revered wolves, understanding their significance in maintaining the balance of nature. The legendary tales of Romulus and Remus, the twins raised by a she-wolf, speak to the deep-rooted connection between humans and these majestic creatures, emphasizing themes of kinship and survival. In the shadows of the forest, the presence of wolves stirred not just fear, but awe among the early inhabitants. Their haunting howls became a part of the night, weaving through the dreams of those who listened closely. At times, the wolves would approach the edges of human settlements, drawn by the scent of food or curiosity. This delicate dance between predator and prey sparked tales of transformation and companionship, leading to the eventual domestication of some of these fierce beings. The bond that would grow between humans and dogs began with a singular moment of understanding, a shared gaze, an unspoken promise of loyalty. Meanwhile, other creatures played their roles in the unfolding drama of life. The lowly rat, often dismissed as vermin, served a critical function in the cycles of survival. In the midst of plagues, these adaptable creatures became symbols of resilience. They traveled alongside human societies, carrying tales of cities long forgotten, their presence intermingling with that of the people they inhabited. The history of the Black Rat, for instance, intertwined with the spread of the Black Death, haunting memories that lingered long after the disease swept through Europe. Birds, too, had their part to play, fluttering through human history, delivering messages and bearing witness to the passage of time. The messenger pigeons of wartime, flying through clouds of chaos and danger, brought with them stories of love, sacrifice, and hope. As they soared through the skies, they represented the indomitable spirit of humanity, refusing to be silenced even in the darkest of hours. Ancient civilizations honored these birds, building lofts and creating intricate systems for sending messages, understanding the weight of trust placed in the wings of these feathered creatures. In the realms of legend, animals became symbols of transformation and power. The great bear, revered by Native American tribes, was seen as a guardian of wisdom and strength. In ancient Greece, the goddess Artemis was often depicted alongside deer, illustrating her role as protector of the wilderness. These creatures transcended their physical forms, embodying the qualities humans aspired to possess: courage, grace, and the ability to navigate the complexities of the world. The stories told around flickering fires at dusk echoed with the wisdom gleaned from these animals, each tale a thread woven into the shared identity of a community. The connection between humans and animals deepened further, entwined in the annals of history. The bond with horses, for example, transformed societies. These magnificent creatures facilitated trade, warfare, and exploration. The Mongol hordes, galloping across the steppes, showcased the power of the horse in shaping empires. The churning hooves on the muddy ground echoed the heartbeat of a civilization, pushing boundaries and expanding horizons. Every gallop carried with it the weight of dreams, aspirations, and the relentless pursuit of freedom. Yet, amidst these powerful stories, there were darker chapters too. The exploitation of animals for labor, sport, and experimentation revealed the complexities of the human-animal relationship. The once sacred bond began to fray as the march of progress led to a more utilitarian view. The silence of the animals echoed the cries of those who sought justice, blurring the lines between coexistence and domination. The struggle of elephants in circuses, dolphins in aquariums, and the countless creatures caught in the web of industry cast a shadow over the tales of harmony once told. In every corner of the world, animals continued to stir emotions and provoke thought. From the majestic elephants roaming the savannas to the delicate butterflies flitting through gardens, each being carried a story worth listening to. The tales of their existence intertwined with those of humanity, reflecting the beauty and chaos that marked the shared experience of life. As the raven took flight once more, soaring high above the land, it carried with it the weight of all these stories, whispering secrets of the past and hopes for the future, leaving a trail of wonder in its wake. And so, as the twilight deepened, the connection between humans and animals held a promise that echoed through time, a reminder that no journey is ever truly solitary, and that every creature, no matter how small, plays its part in the grand tapestry of existence. The wolves howled in the distance, the ravens called back, and the stories continued to unfurl, waiting for those brave enough to listen. In the dim light of a flickering fire, a Norse warrior stood before a weathered stone, his breath clouding in the chilly air. The night was thick with silence, interrupted only by the crackling flames and the distant howl of wind. His heart raced as he traced the familiar lines etched into the stone, symbols that spoke of ancient power and untold stories. Runes. Each marking held a world of meaning that surged through him like electricity. They were not just letters, they were alive. Carved into bark, stone, and metal, runes were the language of the gods, a bridge between the mortal realm and the divine. The Elder Futhark, the oldest runic alphabet, comprised 24 symbols, each one steeped in myth and mystery. They echoed the voices of ancestors long gone, whispering secrets of wisdom, strength, and destiny. This warrior, like many before him, felt the weight of their significance. They were more than mere markings. They were a lifeline to the cosmos, a tool for prophecy, and a source of magic. In ancient Scandinavia, runes were believed to carry the essence of the universe itself. The word rune translates to secret or whisper, a fitting title for symbols that could shape fate. Tales of their power had been passed down through generations, igniting the imaginations of scholars, warriors, and seers alike. To wield them was to touch the very fabric of existence. As the warrior focused intently on the carved symbols, the air around him seemed too thick with energy. He could almost hear the echoes of the past, the voices of shamans and sages who had once stood in his place, summoning truths hidden within the lines. The runes spoke of courage, love, and even conflict, revealing the myriad paths one could tread. Each rune was a story waiting to unfold, a key to understanding the world and one's self. Across the fjord, a gathering storm brewed, casting shadows that danced ominously over the landscape. The warrior felt a surge of urgency. He understood that the runes were not just to be read, they were to be called upon, invoked with intention. Their meanings were fluid, shifting with the heart and mind of the one who summoned them. Just as the storm changed the sea, so too could the runes change fate. Suddenly, lightning illuminated the night sky, and a shiver ran down his spine. The air crackled with anticipation as he drew a small dagger from his belt, the blade glinting ominously in the firelight. He carved a new rune into the soft earth, each stroke deliberate and powerful. This new symbol was a call for guidance, a plea for clarity amid chaos. The earth trembled slightly beneath him, as if responding to his invocation, and he felt a pulse, steady and ancient, beneath the surface, a heartbeat of the world itself. The stories of runes extended beyond the Norse. In the Celtic lands, they found their own interpretations, with ogham symbols standing tall in the annals of history. The Celts believed that these markings held the whispers of trees, the wisdom of the land itself. Just as the Norse invoked the runes for protection and foresight, the Celts utilized their own symbols for divination and communication with nature, creating a rich tapestry of belief that spanned continents. Back in the heart of the Norse lands, the warrior's thoughts turned to the runes of the gods. Fehu, the rune of wealth and prosperity; Uruz, symbolizing strength and endurance; and Thurisaz, representing conflict and protection. Each rune bore its own weight, its own nuances. He felt the unmistakable pull of their energies, like the gentle tug of the tide, urging him to act, to call forth his destiny. The stories of his people were woven into these symbols, and he was a part of that fabric. But with great power came great responsibility. The myths told of those who had misused the runes, twisting their meanings for selfish gain. The warrior recalled tales of a lost king who, in his greed, had attempted to decipher the runes without respect for their sacred nature. His ambition had drawn the ire of the gods, and he was forever cursed to wander the earth, a shadow of his former self. This warning echoed in the warrior's mind as he channeled his intentions, reminding him to tread lightly on this ancient ground. The wind howled louder, and the first rain began to fall, a soft patter that quickly turned into a deluge. The warrior knelt in the muddy earth, feeling the cold water mix with the warmth of his own blood pumping through his veins. He closed his eyes and whispered a prayer to the gods, calling upon their wisdom, their strength. The runes danced in his mind, swirling like the storm above, each one beckoning him to embrace its power and share its message with the world. As the rain intensified, something shifted within him. He felt the energy of the runes coursing through his body, igniting a fire in his spirit. It was as if the very universe had recognized his plea. Shadows moved at the edges of his vision, and he could almost sense the presence of the ancestors, gathering to watch his struggle, to guide him through this moment of raw vulnerability. The warrior opened his eyes, heart pounding, and with a newfound determination, he stood tall against the storm. The runes were not merely tools, they were allies, companions in the dance of fate. He felt an unbreakable bond with them, a promise that echoed through the ages. As long as he respected their power, they would illuminate his path. Thunder crashed in the distance, a fierce reminder of the forces at play, but he stood resolute, alive with purpose. The rain poured down, like a blessing from above, and as he faced the chaotic skies, he understood. The runes were his voice. They were his song. A melody of hope and destiny that would resonate far beyond this stormy night. In the beginning, before time etched its lines into the face of the universe, there was only silence, a vast, endless void. Suddenly, with a thunderous crack that echoed through the emptiness, the cosmos ignited into existence. Stars blazed to life, their twinkling lights piercing the darkness, igniting wonder and fear in equal measure. It was a moment unlike any other, a pulse of raw energy that sent ripples through the fabric of reality. From that cataclysmic burst, the world began to take shape, each element forming a part of a grand tapestry that would tell the stories of countless generations. Ancient voices spoke of this creation with reverence. The Greeks imagined Gaia, the earth itself, rising from the primordial chaos. She was a mother, nurturing and fierce, giving birth to mountains, rivers, and everything that crawled or flew. To the Egyptians, the world was born from the tears of the sun god Ra, creating a landscape that would cradle civilization along the banks of the Nile. In the Hindu faith, the great god Vishnu floated upon the cosmic ocean, dreaming the universe into existence, one thought at a time. Each myth, each story, carried with it a heartbeat, a rhythm that resonated with the souls who believed. Listen closely, and you can hear those ancient whispers echoing through time. The weathered stones of Stonehenge hold secrets of the Celts, a circle aligned with the movements of the sun, a monument built to honor the cycles of life. In the shadows of the Andes, the Incas revered the mountains as sacred guardians, their peaks veiled in clouds, sheltering the spirits of ancestors who watched over the living. Every culture, every corner of the earth, held its own tale, illuminating the darkness with flickers of light. But not all stories were gentle. In the swirling chaos of creation, there were battles fought and blood spilled. The fierce titans clashed against the gods of Olympus, their titanic forms shaking the heavens as they struggled for dominion over the earth. The Aztecs believed in the god Quetzalcoatl, who sacrificed himself to create humanity, a narrative steeped in blood and sacrifice that haunted their rituals. Creation was not merely a beautiful tapestry. It often bore the jagged scars of struggle, a testament to the price of existence. The air crackled with tension as the world took its first breath. Mountains rose with a slow, deliberate grace, thrusting their peaks skyward, while oceans roared into life, their waves crashing against the shore like the heartbeat of the earth. Forests sprang up, their trees reaching for the sky, cloaked in the whispers of the winds. Each creature, from the tiniest ant to the largest mammoth, contributed to the chorus of life, their existence woven into the grand design of the universe. Yet within this majestic symphony, there was an undercurrent of fear and uncertainty. The early humans who wandered the plains looked up at the stars with wide, fearful eyes. What were those glimmering lights? Were they the souls of ancestors watching over them? Or were they omens of impending doom? As they gathered around fires, their hearts raced with the stories of creation, stories that offered both comfort and dread. They felt the weight of existence pressing down on them, the fragile balance between creation and destruction. In the distant Chinese lands, the myth of Pangu grew from the roots of ancient folklore, a giant who emerged from the cosmic egg to separate the heavens from the earth. With every swing of his mighty axe, he shaped mountains and rivers, breathing life into the barren world. But upon his death, his body became the very soil and stones. A poignant reminder that every ending is but a new beginning. The cycle of creation never truly ceased. It transformed, carving the landscape of reality with every heartbeat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced upon the ancient stones, the world held its breath. The stories of creation were not merely told, they were felt. They resonated in the very bones and blood of those who heard them. The connection to the cosmos, the shared ancestry with the earth, pulsed through their veins. Each myth became a strand in a web that linked generations, a reminder of the fragility and beauty of life itself. And yet, with every tale recounted, there lingered a question, an enigmatic whisper that echoed across the ages. What lay beyond the creation? What came after the forming of mountains, the swirling of seas, and the birth of life? The stories hinted at darkness, at chaos that could reclaim what had been made. It was a precarious balance, one that begged for exploration. As the night wore on, the stars blinked knowingly, as if sharing secrets with those who dared to listen. The myths of creation, rich and vibrant, were not mere history. They were alive, breathing, pulsing with energy. They beckoned to the curious, the seekers of truth, igniting a fire within that could not be extinguished. Each story held a promise, a thread that would lead into the unknown, urging the hearers to step forward into the unfolding mystery of existence. With hearts filled with wonder and dread, the people turned their eyes to the horizon, where the glow of dawn began to break. The world was not merely created, it was alive, a canvas painted with the colors of myth and magic. The echoes of those ancient voices filled the air, weaving a tapestry of emotion that transcended time. As the sun rose, illuminating the earth anew, the stories of creation would continue to inspire and intrigue, inviting all to ponder what lay ahead in the great unknown. In the stillness of a world untouched by human hands, the air shimmered like a whispered promise. The sun broke through the dense canopy, sending shards of light dancing on the forest floor, illuminating the path for two figures who would change everything. Ask and Embla, two beings fashioned from the very essence of the earth, stood at the brink of awakening. In their limbs, they held the dreams of 1,000 generations yet to come. Their bodies were carved from wood, rough and imperfect, yet within them lay the spark of life. It flickered like a candle in the wind, waiting for the breath of the gods to ignite it fully. The forest around them thrummed with energy, the pulse of life echoing in the rustle of leaves and the calls of distant creatures. Each sound seemed to whisper secrets only they could hear, hints of a fate entwined with the very fabric of existence. In those moments, as the first glimmers of awareness stirred within them, Ask felt the warmth spread through his wooden veins. He opened his eyes, revealing a world filled with color and sound, overwhelming yet intoxicating. Beside him, Embla blinked slowly, her gaze tracing the contours of the towering trees and the vibrant flowers blooming like fireworks against the green. There was fear lurking in the corners of their minds, a fear of the unknown, of the vast world that awaited them. But beneath that fear was an undeniable thrill. They were alive. The concept of life wrapped around them like sunlight filtering through branches, warming them from the inside out. What was this world they had entered? What did it mean to live? As they took their first steps, the ground felt foreign beneath their feet. Each footfall sent ripples of sensation coursing through them. A stunning realization that they could move, could interact with this world. The scent of damp earth and burgeoning blossoms filled their lungs, igniting a deep yearning for exploration. Together, they ventured forth, curiosity guiding them into the heart of the wilderness. The forest opened like a book, revealing stories written in the patterns of the leaves and the trails left by unseen animals. Ask ran his fingers along the bark of a tree, feeling its coarse texture. "What is this?" he wondered aloud, his voice trembling with a newness he could hardly comprehend. Embla turned to him, eyes wide with wonder. "It is life," she replied, her tone soft, yet filled with conviction. "We are part of this." But shadows lingered. Even as they breathed in the sweetness of their surroundings, a chill crept through the air, whispering tales of danger and uncertainty. The gods who had given them existence were far from kind. They watched from their celestial thrones, their intentions woven with both love and jealousy. As Ask and Embla danced through the underbrush, they unwittingly drew the attention of those who had waited for the emergence of humanity, for the power that resided in the choices these two would make. Days turned into nights, and Ask and Embla explored the landscape, tasting the fruits of the earth and marveling at the shimmering stars that decorated the sky like diamonds scattered across a velvet cloth. They shared laughter, their voices ringing out like echoes of joy, pure, unadulterated joy. They discovered the warmth of companionship, the thrill of shared moments that deepened their bond. But even in their bliss, an ever-present tension loomed larger. The gods were not yet finished with them. One fateful day, while wandering near the riverbank, they stumbled upon a towering oak, ancient and wise. Its limbs stretched towards the heavens, a testament to endurance and strength. As they approached, the wind picked up, swirling around them with a sense of urgency. The leaves rustled, and a voice, deep and resonant, filled the air. "Children of the earth, you stand at the cusp of existence. Choices lie before you, ripe for the taking. But be warned, for every sweet fruit carries its own seeds of sorrow." Ask's heart raced. "What do you mean?" he called out, his voice trembling with uncertainty. Embla felt the weight of the words pressing down on her, a foreboding presence surrounding them. "The gods watch," the oak warned. "They seek to mold your destinies, to test your hearts. Choose wisely, for the path you take will shape not only your lives, but the fates of those who come after." As the last echoes of the oak's voice faded into the wind, a shiver ran through their beings. The two stood in silence, the weight of the world pressing upon their shoulders. They exchanged glances, unspoken fears, and hopes flaring between them like sparks in a darkened room. Their hearts beat in unison, a rhythm of uncertainty mingling with a fierce determination. "What do we desire?" Embla whispered, searching Ask's eyes for strength. It was a question that hung heavy in the air, a pivotal moment that could alter the course of history. "I want to understand," Ask replied, his voice steady yet laced with vulnerability. "I want to know the depth of this existence. I want to feel everything." Emboldened, Embla reached for his hand, intertwining their fingers, a small act, yet charged with the promise of shared burdens and joys. "Then let us seek knowledge together," she said, her voice unwavering. With their resolve ignited, they set off once more, unaware that their every move was being watched, scrutinized by unseen eyes steeped in divine jealousy. They played in sun-dappled glades, swam in crystal-clear waters. They learned the ways of the animals, the songs of the wind, and the colors of the flowers. They were baby birds testing their wings, tasting the air of freedom, unaware of the storm brewing above them. But shadows grew longer, and the world began to shift. The whispers of the gods turned into roars, echoing through the forest like thunder. The path to knowledge became a tumultuous journey, fraught with peril. For with every step toward understanding, there lay the weight of choice, a heavy anchor that threatened to drag them into darkness. And in that moment, as they basked in the warmth of a setting sun, oblivious to the gathering storm, the seeds of their choices began to unfurl, intertwining with fate itself. The air crackled with the tension of impending decisions, a beautiful yet terrifying reminder of what it meant to be alive. Under the shimmering northern lights, where the cold air tastes of ancient stories, there lay a cauldron of inspiration that had the power to breathe life into the hearts of poets and bards. This was no ordinary cauldron. It was the legendary mead of poetry, a nectar so potent that it turned simple words into symphonies of emotion. The fire crackled around it, flames dancing like spirits eager to share their wisdom, drawing the curious and the brave into its intoxicating embrace. In the time of the Aesir, when gods walked among mortals, the tale of the mead began with a tragic loss and a fierce quest for knowledge. Kvasir, a being born from the spit of the wise gods, was the embodiment of wisdom. He roamed the earth, sharing his insights and breathing life into the hearts of those who were eager to learn. His presence alone could inspire the dullest of minds to pen verses that would resonate through the ages. But fate twisted cruelly, and Kvasir fell into the hands of two dwarves, Fjalar and Galar, who saw in him a chance for power rather than wisdom. They murdered him, blending his blood with honey in a cauldron, creating the mead of poetry, a concoction that pulsed with potential. As the moon rose high in the sky, illuminating the cauldron, the echoes of Kvasir's spirit lingered in the air. It was said that whoever drank from this mead would be gifted with unmatched inspiration, their words flowing like rivers, and their thoughts shining like stars. It ignited the passion in poets, igniting fires in their souls that could not be extinguished. But this power came at a price, for not everyone could handle the burden of such profound knowledge. So many sought the mead, traversing great distances and enduring unimaginable trials to sip from its sweet, intoxicating surface. Among them was a young warrior named Bragi, whose heart beat with a longing to create. He was a simple man, with dreams as vast as the night sky, and a voice that trembled with the uncertainty of silence. Yet, his spirit burned fiercely, fueled by the stories of gods and heroes that had woven themselves into his being. Bragi's journey was fraught with peril, filled with challenges that tested his courage and resolve. He crossed mountains that pierced the heavens and rivers that threatened to consume him. Each step brought him closer to the mead, yet also closer to the realization of what it meant to hold such knowledge. The shadows of doubt crept into his mind, whispering dark tales of those who had tasted the mead but lost their way, overwhelmed by the weight of their words. As Bragi approached the dwelling where the mead was kept, he encountered a guardian, a fierce serpent wrapped around the base of a great tree. Its scales shimmered like jewels, mesmerizing and terrifying all at once. "What brings you to this sacred place, mortal?" the serpent hissed, its voice echoing with the wisdom of ages. Bragi, heart racing, found his voice. I seek the mead of poetry to share the beauty of the world, to give voice to the silence that fills my heart. The serpent regarded him with eyes that seemed to pierce through the veil of his soul. Know this, the mead will grant you inspiration beyond your wildest dreams, but it will also unveil truths that may torment your spirit. Are you prepared to bear the burden of your revelations? Bragi hesitated, the weight of the serpent's words wrapping around him like a shroud. He remembered his simple life, filled with laughter, love, and the unspoken fears that danced beneath the surface. But as the cool wind blew through the trees, he felt a spark of resolve ignite within him. I will face whatever comes. The world deserves to feel the fire of my words. With a flick of its tail, the serpent revealed the entrance to the sacred hall. Inside, the cauldron bubbled, casting an enchanting glow that beckoned him closer. The aroma of honey filled the air, sweet and inviting, yet laced with a sense of foreboding. Bragi stepped forward, heart pounding like a war drum, and dipped a cup into the bubbling liquid. The moment it touched his lips, a wave of emotions crashed over him, a tsunami of joy, sorrow, hope, and despair. He felt the stories of the world, the triumphs and losses of humanity, flooding into his mind. In that instant, he became a vessel for the voices of the past, present, and future. Each sip swirled through him, igniting memories of those he loved, the battles fought and lost, the laughter shared around the fire, and the tears shed in moments of solitude. The mead intertwined with his essence, revealing a tapestry of existence that was both beautiful and heartbreaking. Bragi staggered back, overwhelmed yet exhilarated, the power of the mead coursing through his veins. Yet, as the intoxicating warmth enveloped him, he felt the shadows creeping in. Visions of despair flickered before his eyes, tales of those who had tasted the mead and succumbed to madness. The burden of truth weighed heavily upon him, threatening to drown him in a sea of his own emotions. He could see the faces of poets and bards who had come before him, their eyes shining with brilliance, yet clouded with anguish. For every word that sparkled with inspiration, there lay the risk of losing oneself in the depths of despair. Bragi fought against the tide of emotion, heart racing, grasping for the fragments of hope that still lingered. He understood now that inspiration was not merely a gift, it was a trial, a call to bear witness to the beauty and pain of the world. He clung to the vision of his loved ones, their laughter ringing in his ears, a lifeline anchoring him to the light. As he stood on that precipice, suspended between the ecstasy of creation and the weight of knowledge, the cauldron's glow pulsed around him, a beacon of both peril and promise. Bragi felt the mead weaving its magic through his very being, and he realized he was not just a poet. He was the embodiment of the human spirit, a fragile, beautiful thing capable of soaring to the heights of imagination while grappling with the depths of sorrow. The night stretched on, and the echoes of his inner struggle rippled through the air, intertwining with the whispers of the ancients. The mead's power surged within him, demanding to be expressed, to be shared with the world, a world that needed to feel the raw pulse of existence. And so, with every breath, with every heartbeat, his story became entwined with the legacy of the mead of poetry, a never-ending cycle of inspiration and knowledge, forever calling to those brave enough to listen. The air was thick with tension, crackling like the sky before a storm. The lush valleys of Asgard trembled, not from the quaking earth, but from the impending clash of two powerful realms. The Aesir, proud and noble, stood at the ready, their eyes gleaming like steel in the sun, each warrior bearing the weight of their lineage. Across from them, the Vanir, fierce and cunning, prepared to defend their lands, their faces etched with the determination of a people who had been wronged. The clash of gods was near, and with it, the fate of their worlds hung precariously in the balance. The whispers of war had been brewing for seasons, each day building the tension like a taut bowstring. Disputes over land, resources, and trust had festered, igniting a fire that was impossible to quench. The Aesir prized honor and glory, while the Vanir valued nature and magic, their ways as different as night and day. This was not just a fight for dominion, it was a battle for identity itself. The Aesir saw the Vanir as deceivers, while the Vanir viewed the Aesir as arrogant tyrants. Each side had their champions of valor, their leaders who stood proud, yet in their hearts, fear lingered like a shadow, whispering doubts about the outcome. Odin, the Allfather, stood at the helm of the Aesir, his one eye glistening with wisdom and weariness. He felt the pulse of his warriors, their eagerness to shed blood and prove their might. Yet, a part of him wondered if war was truly the answer. "What is it we fight for?" he mused quietly, but the roar of his warriors drowned out his thoughts. Beside him, Thor, the thunderous god, crackled with energy, longing to unleash his hammer, Mjolnir, against the enemies before them. Far off, in the green-hued meadows of Vanaheim, the Vanir prepared for the strike with urgency. Freyr, a god cherished for his connection to fertility and peace, paced restlessly, torn between his love for the land and the obligation to defend it. He could feel the heart of the world beat in the soil, urging him to protect it. His sister Freya, harnessing the power of magic, stood beside him, her fierce spirit unbroken. "We will not let them take what is ours," she vowed, her voice a blend of fury and sorrow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the battlefield, the clash erupted. The war cries rang out, echoing like thunder, as swords met in a symphony of chaos. The ground shook underfoot as Aesir and Vanir warriors rushed at one another, each fierce blow striking not just flesh, but the very essence of their stories. Blood spilled, mingling with the earth, a dark sacrament to the gods' quarrel. Amidst the chaos, Odin felt a pang of sorrow, a deep-rooted ache at witnessing the carnage. He had hoped for a different path, one that did not end in the shedding of blood. Each scream of the fallen echoed in his ears, haunting him. "Is this what we've become?" he wondered, the weight of his decisions heavy on his heart. Days bled into nights and the war raged on, neither side willing to yield. Raids and ambushes became the norm, each god and warrior fueled by rage and grief. The Aesir, proud and resolute, believed themselves invincible, while the Vanir, with their deep ties to nature and magic, drew strength from the land itself. Scorched earth told tales of despair, and yet, in the shadows of this war, there lay the seeds of something deeper, a longing for understanding and peace. As the dust began to settle, signs of weariness crept into the hearts of both sides. The realization that continued conflict would lead only to devastation began to dawn on Odin, Freyr, and their kin. They had watched too many lives end, too much beauty lost amidst the strife. It was in the middle of a particularly fierce battle. Amidst the clang of metal and cries of the dying, that a moment of clarity struck both leaders like a bolt of lightning. Amidst the chaos, Freya found herself face to face with Thor. Their eyes locked, and in that heartbeat, a recognition sparked. Here stood not just an enemy, but a fellow being, a god shaped by love and pain, just like her. "This is madness," she shouted, her voice cutting through the din. "Why must we destroy each other when we could learn from one another?" Thor hesitated, Mjolnir hovering in the air. There was something profound in her words. He lowered his weapon slightly, confusion mingling with realization. Could it be? Was there a way to end this? Around them, warriors paused, sensing a shift in the air, an unspoken hope flickering like a candle's flame. And thus began the long road of reconciliation. Meetings were held under the great Yggdrasil tree, the world tree that connected all realms. Here, amidst the roots and branches that bore witness to time itself, the Aesir and Vanir came together, weary yet willing to listen. Tensions slowly eased as bonds formed, crafted through shared stories of loss, love, and dreams for the future. They spoke of their differences, yes, but also of their shared passions. Their histories intertwined, like the very branches of Yggdrasil. As the smoke of battle faded, seeds of trust began to sprout. The Aesir learned of the Vanir's connection to the earth, their reverence for nature and magic. In turn, the Vanir came to respect the Aesir's strength and commitment to honor. What had once been a war of swords transformed into a dance of dialogue, laughter, and understanding. Yet, beneath the surface, whispers of dissent still lingered, old wounds slow to heal, reminding everyone that peace is often more complex than it appears. The lines of battle blurred, yet the journey toward true reconciliation was just beginning. In every heart, a flicker of hope persisted, battling against the shadows of doubt. As the sun rose on a new day, the world braced itself for what was to come. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that seemed to crackle like the lightning that often danced across Scandinavian skies. In the shadow of jagged mountains, where thick forests whispered ancient secrets, lay the fabled dragon's lair. This was no ordinary cave. It was a fortress of stone and shadow, home to Fafnir, a beast as cunning as he was deadly. Legends spoke of his shimmering scales, harder than iron, and fiery breath that could turn a man to ash. Yet, amidst the terror, there was a promise of glory, wealth, and a destiny waiting to be forged. Sigurd, a young warrior with the heart of a lion, stood at the mouth of the cave, his pulse thrumming in his ears. He could hear the faint growls of the beast, a rhythmic reminder of what lay ahead. With each step, his resolve solidified. He gripped his sword, Gram, a blade forged from the fragments of an ancient weapon, its history steeped in magic and blood. Sigurd was not just any man. He was the son of Sigmund, a lineage that carried the weight of heroic tales and the burden of expectations. But today, it was not his bloodline that fueled him. It was something deeper, a relentless drive to carve his name into the annals of history. As he approached the cave, an oppressive darkness loomed. Shadows twisted and coiled like the very dragon he sought. The flicker of his torch illuminated the rough stone, revealing ancient carvings depicting the fate of those who dared challenge the beast. There were stories of brave warriors, their faces twisted in fear, yet their eyes burned with defiance. Sigurd felt their spirits urging him onward, their untold tales intertwining with his own, creating a tapestry of courage and sacrifice. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the depths of the cave, a sound that shook the ground beneath him. It was a cry of anger and something deeper, a raw, primal fear that echoed through the ages. Sigurd's heart raced. He was not just facing a dragon. He was standing against the embodiment of greed, betrayal, and the weight of cursed gold. For Fafnir was no mere monster. He was a guardian of a treasure that had turned the hearts of many to stone. The golden hoard, glinting with the promise of power, had a dark legacy, one that Sigurd was determined to challenge. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped into the darkness. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, and the ground trembled beneath him. With each step, memories of his childhood flooded his mind, stories spun by the fire, tales of heroes who faced insurmountable odds. He could almost hear his mother's soothing voice, telling him that bravery was not the absence of fear, but the will to act despite it. Sigurd clenched his jaw, channeling the strength of his ancestors as he ventured deeper. Then, there it was, an enormous figure coiled within the cave, scales glistening like jewels under the flickering light. Fafnir's eyes glowed an eerie red, burning with ancient malice. The dragon's breath was hot, an inferno that sent waves of heat crashing against Sigurd's skin. He felt a shiver of doubt creeping in, but he pushed it aside, recalling the wisdom of the past. To make history, one must first confront fear. With a fierce battle cry, Sigurd lunged forward, sword raised high. The clash of metal against scale rang out, echoing through the cave like thunder. Fafnir snapped his jaws, a force powerful enough to crush stone, but Sigurd was quick, darting to the side. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and blood, as each strike exchanged between man and beast sent tremors through the earth. Time seemed to stretch and bend as the battle raged on. Sigurd's muscles screamed in protest, yet he pressed on, fueled by a sense of purpose. Each swing of Gram was a testament to his will, a declaration that he would not be another fallen warrior in the tales of old. He felt the weight of history upon his shoulders, the dreams of those who had fought before him, urging him to prevail. The fight wore on, and Sigurd's strength began to wane. Fafnir roared, a sound that shook the very foundation of the earth, and in that moment, doubt pierced through Sigurd's resolve. Would he be merely another name in the tales of loss? Was glory truly worth the price of his life? He remembered the treasure, gold, that could corrupt the purest of hearts, a cursed legacy that had turned brothers against one another. What good was gold if it meant sacrificing one's soul? In a moment of clarity, Sigurd understood. He was not just seeking the treasure. He was fighting for the freedom of all those who had been ensnared by greed's insatiable hunger. He raised his sword high, gathering every ounce of strength and will. With a final resounding cry, he plunged Gram deep into Fafnir's heart. The dragon's roar was a cacophony of rage and pain, echoing in the cave as the beast writhed and thrashed, its fiery breath fading into darkness. As Fafnir fell, the cave trembled, a sense of finality washing over Sigurd. But even in victory, a chill raced down his spine. The treasure was there, glimmering in the dark like a siren's call. He could feel its pull, the allure of wealth and power. Yet, he remembered the tales of old, the countless lives ruined by greed. Sigurd hesitated, sword still in hand, caught between the promise of gold and the weight of honor. In that moment, the ground shook once more. From the depths of the cave, a low, haunting whisper crept into his ears, a voice that promised everything he could ever desire: gold, glory, and power beyond imagination. But Sigurd knew that the true treasures lay not in riches, but in bravery, loyalty, and the bonds forged in battle. The echoes of his ancestors rang in his ears, urging him to choose wisely. Then, as if sensing his turmoil, the cave itself began to shift, the air thickening with an ancient magic. The shadows morphed and twisted, revealing the faces of those who had fallen before, their eyes filled with longing and regret. They seemed to reach out to him, imploring him to heed the lessons learned through blood and sacrifice. With a heavy heart, Sigurd made his choice. The dragon lay defeated, but the true battle was not against Fafnir. It was against the whispering gold that sought to ensnare him. He turned away from the treasure, its glimmer fading in the distance as he stepped back into the light, his heart pounding with the weight of what he had done. But the cave was not done with him yet. As Sigurd emerged into the daylight, he could sense the stirring of something else, something that foreshadowed new challenges ahead. The air crackled with energy, and in the distance, thunder rumbled ominously, hinting at a storm that would test him once more. The world outside awaited, filled with new legends to be carved and battles to be fought, each whispering the promise of adventure. As he took his first steps into the sun, the shadows of the cave lingered behind him, a reminder that every hero's journey is far from over. In the flickering light of a fire, shadows danced across the walls of a dimly lit hall, where the air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and the murmur of anxious voices. Gathered in the presence of a seer, the Norse warriors felt a chill creeping up their spines, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The seer, with her wild hair and piercing eyes, was more than just an old woman. She was a bridge to the unseen. As she drew in a breath, the hall fell silent, hearts pounding in unison. The uncertainty of the future loomed over them, like a storm cloud ready to burst, and they were desperate for her words. Seers, or Volvas, were revered figures in Norse society, often regarded with a mixture of awe and fear. They were thought to possess the ability to glimpse the threads of fate, to unravel the tangled skeins of time. With their prophecies, they held the power to shape destinies and alter the course of events. In their hands rested the weight of knowledge that could bring hope or despair. It was said that they spoke the words of the gods, their voices echoing with the wisdom of ages past. The warriors leaned forward, their breath held, as the seer's voice rose and fell, like the rhythm of the earth. She spoke of a great battle on the horizon, one that would be etched into the fabric of history, an event that could change everything. Her words flowed like a river, weaving through the minds of her listeners, planting seeds of dread and courage. The tales of glory and doom were entwined, a mystical dance that left them feeling both exhilarated and terrified. As she continued, the seer's eyes seemed to glaze over, drifting into the unknown. In that moment, the hall transformed, the warriors seeing visions of blood and fire, of their fallen brethren, and the honor of Valhalla. Some felt the heat of battle rising within them, while others shuddered at the prospect of death. The seer's prophecies were seldom straightforward. They came wrapped in riddles, each interpretation a potential fork in the path of fate. The more they listened, the more they realized how entwined their lives were with the words she wove. In another corner of the land, a farmer knelt in his fields, looking up at the sky with worry etched on his brow. The seer had foretold a harsh winter, and the crops were already struggling to survive. Would his family make it through? Would the village succumb to hunger? Each day that passed seemed to deepen his fears, as he recalled how the Volva had looked into the depths of her cauldron and revealed that this winter would be one of the coldest they had ever faced. He had laughed nervously when he heard it, thinking it just another tale to scare the children. But now, doubt gnawed at him like a ravenous beast, and he couldn't shake the feeling that her words were more potent than he had ever wanted to believe. At the same time, in a far-off kingdom, a king paced anxiously in his fortress. The seer had come to him, bringing not tidings of war, but whispers of treachery from within. The whisper of betrayal lingered in the air like smoke from a burnt offering. He remembered her dark, knowing eyes scanning his face, her voice grave as she spoke of a trusted advisor, plotting against him. The king had dismissed her warnings at first, too proud to believe that one so close could harbor such ill will. But as shadows grew longer with each passing day, the seeds of doubt sprouted in his mind. He felt the icy grip of inevitability clutching at his heart, knowing he had to act before it was too late. Back in the hall, the warriors were immersed in their own thoughts as the seer's voice faded, the prophecy hanging over them like a thick fog. They shared uneasy glances, grappling with the weight of what they had heard. Was it courage or fate that pushed them forward into the unknown? They had heard tales of Valhalla, where the brave would feast forever. But the very thought of leaving their loved ones behind filled them with a mixture of honor and sorrow. The notion of destiny felt as delicate as the web of a spider, yet it was also inescapably strong. Night after night, they returned to the seer for clarity, hoping for reassurance, but her prophecies remained cryptic, leading them further into the labyrinth of their own fears. The more they sought answers, the more they were reminded that the future was a tangled web with countless possibilities. The threads of fate intertwined, not just for them, but for everyone in their community, creating a tapestry rich with hope, despair, and tenacity. As the tension in the hall grew, the warriors began to weave their own interpretations of the seer's words, forming bonds of camaraderie and trust, yet also sowing seeds of suspicion. Each man felt the thrill of battle calling to him, but also the weight of the sacrifices that might be required. The power of the seer's visions lay not just in their predictions, but in their ability to stir emotions: fear, bravery, loss, and love. Outside the hall, the wind howled like a restless spirit, a reminder that the world was bigger than them, full of magic and danger. The seer was just a touch away from being a prophet of doom or a herald of glory. The warriors stood on the precipice of choice, their hearts beating in rhythm with the ancient tales that had shaped their lives. In every story told, there was a hint of what was to come, a reflection of their deepest desires and darkest fears. The night wore on, filled with unanswered questions and restless souls, each one feeling the pull of their destinies like a current beneath a calm surface. All around them, the echoes of the past reverberated. Prophecies were not just words. They were the lifeblood of Norse culture, binding generations together with the threads of fate. The seers, with their gifts of foresight, were the keepers of that bloodline, ensuring that the stories of old would never be forgotten. As the fire flickered one last time, the shadows closed in. The warriors remained steadfast, knowing that what lay ahead would be woven into the very fabric of their existence. The night was alive with possibility, each heartbeat echoing the silent acknowledgement that the future was not a solitary path, but a tangled journey shared with gods and men alike. The air was thick with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient landscapes of Uppsala and Gamla Uppsala. The last rays of light danced upon the earth, hitting the remnants of what were once powerful symbols of faith and reverence. Standing there, one could almost hear the echoes of voices that had long since faded into history, whispering tales of gods and sacrifices, of glory and despair. Uppsala, a name that resonates with the weight of centuries, was not just a city. It was a lifeline connecting the past with the present. The remnants of its past lay layered beneath the bustling streets, hidden beneath the ordinary sounds of modern life. Yet, in the right moment, when the world quieted, the stories would rise to the surface. Each cobblestone of the old town seemed to breathe with the history of the Norse gods, their laughter and sorrows intertwining with the lives of those who passed through. Gamla Uppsala, with its majestic burial mounds, loomed like silent guardians over the land. These ancient hills were more than mere earth. They were the resting places of kings and warriors, where the air was thick with the memories of sacrifice. The site, once home to a massive temple dedicated to Odin, Thor, and Frey, pulsed with an energy that could send shivers down one's spine. As night fell, the mounds stood still, yet vibrant with a life of their own. The spirits of those interred seemed to rise with the mist, beckoning to the living with questions of legacy and honor. In the cool evening breeze, a sense of reverence enveloped those who ventured near. The stories of human triumph and tragedy echoed off the hills, reminding visitors that they stood on hallowed ground. In the flickering light of campfires, the air would fill with the retellings of heroic sagas, of Viking warriors setting sail, fueled by the fires of glory and the hope of Valhalla. Each tale was an invitation, a connection to the past that felt all too real and immediate. The Uppsala Cathedral, towering and resplendent, cast a shadow over the landscape, reminding all who gazed upon it of the grip of faith that had intertwined with the threads of history. Its steeples reached for the sky, like prayers unspoken, a symbol of the struggle between ancient traditions and the new world that had begun to take root. Inside, the cool stone walls held the warmth of countless prayers, confessions, and hopes. Here, the echoes of medieval worship intertwined with the whispers of those who once clung to the old gods, creating a tapestry of belief that spanned millennia. On the outskirts of Uppsala, the ancient site of the old Uppsala temple came alive in the minds of those who sought to remember. It was said that here, under the watchful gaze of the gods, sacred rituals took place, with offerings of horses, gold, and the very essence of life itself. The ground was soaked with the blood of countless sacrifices, each drop a testament to the devotion that anchored the people to their deities. In the dark of night, one could almost see the flickering flames of torches illuminating the faces of priests, their solemn chants rising to the heavens in a harmonious plea for favor. As the night deepened, the haunting melody of the past grew louder, intertwined with the rustling of leaves and the distant call of nocturnal creatures. To stand beneath the stars in such a place was to feel a connection that transcended time. The air shimmered with the weight of destiny, and the heart beat a little faster, recognizing the sacredness of the ground beneath. Each rustle and whisper felt like a conversation with those who had walked before, their footsteps echoing in the very fabric of reality. Further afield, the ancient Celtic burial sites whispered of different tribes and traditions, weaving a rich history that painted the landscape with the colors of diversity. In each mound, in each stone circle, lay the stories of lives lived fiercely, of battles fought and won, of love and loss that resonated through the ages. The very earth held these stories close, cradling them as if they were precious jewels waiting to be found by those willing to look closely. The sacred sites of Uppsala were not merely locations. They were living memories, fragments of a time when the earth was believed to be teeming with spirits and gods. Each sacred tree, every winding river, and the very stones that made up the hills were woven into the fables told by firesides. The emotions that rose from these sites were as intense as the sunlight that broke through the clouds after a storm, illuminating the shadows that had long lurked unseen. In the stillness, a sense of longing grew, an ache to truly grasp the magnitude of history that surrounded them. Visitors often left with a sense of wonder, their hearts heavy with the weight of what they had felt, what they had witnessed. The stories of Uppsala and Gamla Uppsala were not merely told. They were experienced in every heartbeat, every sigh, and every flicker of candlelight that brought the past into the present. As dawn began to break, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, the sacred sites remained unchanged, yet ever alive. The sun bathed the burial mounds in golden light, while the cathedral stood resolute, its spires a silhouette against the awakening world. The cycle of life continued, and with it, the stories of the past remained woven into the fabric of existence, a reminder that the past is never truly gone. It lingers just beneath the surface, waiting for those brave enough to listen. With every step taken upon this sacred ground, a sense of purpose awakened within. The tales of Uppsala and Gamla Uppsala transcended the boundaries of time, wrapping themselves around the hearts of those willing to feel the pulse of history. The quest for understanding and connection would not end. It would simply transition into the next chapter, as countless others had done before, forever drawing the curious into the timeless embrace of the sacred. A fierce wind howls through a darkened forest, rattling the branches of ancient trees that seem to whisper secrets of old. As moonlight spills through the leaves, shadows dance, and the air crackles with a strange energy, suggestive of the stories that have been told for centuries. Somewhere in that mystical woodland, a figure cloaked in a fur-lined cape walks with purpose, clutching an ornate hammer. With each footstep, the echoes of thunder can be heard, reminiscent of the mighty god Thor, protector of humanity and wielder of Mjolnir, who once roamed these very lands. Norse mythology, with its pantheon of gods, giants, and heroes, has left an indelible mark on modern literature, weaving itself into the fabric of countless stories that tug at the heartstrings and ignite the imagination. From the tales of creation to the harrowing end of days known as Ragnarok, these ancient tales are not just remnants of history. They pulse with life, captivating contemporary writers and readers alike. In the roaring fires of Viking longhouses, where sagas were spun under the watchful eyes of warriors and seers, themes of fate, bravery, and the struggle between good and evil took root. These themes resonate in modern narratives, forming the backbone of epic fantasies and heroes' journeys. Think of the powerful shield maidens, standing tall and fearless, who have inspired characters like Eowyn in J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. Eowyn's defiance against the terrible Witch King echoes the bravery of the Valkyries, those fierce female warriors who chose the fate of fallen heroes, an image that fills the heart with both dread and admiration. The giants, too, beings of chaos and destruction, remain ever present in literature today. They are not merely antagonists. They symbolize the struggles within ourselves, reflecting the darker aspects of human nature. In Neil Gaiman's American Gods, the old gods clash with the new in a battle for relevance, echoing the tales of Odin's fights against giants. Here, the reader feels the weight of nostalgia, and loss, as ancient deities strive to maintain their place in a world that has forgotten them. Gaiman captures the essence of a society that often overlooks its roots, creating an emotional resonance that echoes through the ages. In the gripping narrative of The Sandman, also by Gaiman, the threads of Norse mythology intertwine with other mythologies, creating a tapestry that is rich and complex. The character of Dream, a figure who navigates between life, death, and every realm in between, reflects the belief in the cyclical nature of existence that Norse stories emphasize. Each turn of the page draws readers deeper into a world where dreams and reality collide, just as the Norse gods traversed between their worlds of Asgard and Midgard. The sense of urgency and wonder in these tales sparks an electrifying pulse, compelling readers to keep turning the pages, fearful yet eager to see what fate awaits. The influence of Norse mythology is not confined to fantasy alone. It seeps into the very marrow of horror and thriller genres. H.P. Lovecraft, a master of cosmic horror, drew upon the ancient fear of the unknown, echoing the Norse belief in the unpredictable nature of the cosmos. The gods' capriciousness and the looming threat of Ragnarok seep into the bleak landscapes of Lovecraft's narratives, where humanity is but a speck in a vast, indifferent universe. Each story unfolds like a chilling whisper, wrapping around the reader like fog on a cold night, evoking a sense of existential dread that lingers long after the last word is read. As the pages turn, it becomes evident that Norse mythology serves as a powerful mirror, reflecting the struggles, triumphs, and complexities of modern life. Characters inspired by figures like Loki, the trickster god, embody the chaos within, challenging norms and sparking revolutions in the hearts of those who dare to defy convention. In the gripping tales penned by those like Rick Riordan, Loki transforms from a mere villain to a multifaceted character who evokes sympathy and understanding, reminding readers that even the most troublesome of figures can be shaped by circumstance. The modern literary scene pulses with echoes of the past, where the gods of old walk alongside heroes of new. The narratives are steeped in rich history, drawing from the ancient texts of the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, yet they are vibrantly alive, infused with the fresh breath of today's writers. Each retelling and adaptation breathes new life into the age-old myths, making them accessible to a generation hungry for stories that resonate with their own struggles and triumphs. As the fire crackles and the wind howls, the echoes of these sagas surround the reader. The gods, heroes, and mythical creatures leap from the pages, their stories woven into the very essence of what it means to be human. The struggles against fate, the battles between light and darkness, and the search for identity and belonging resonate deeply, creating an emotional tapestry that binds us to our ancestors and to one another. The scene shifts, and the forest remains, yet now it holds whispers of modernity intertwined with the ancient. The hammer still strikes, resonating with the rhythm of life itself, reminding us that every story is a continuation of what has come before. The influence of Norse mythology on modern literature is a pulsing heartbeat, an unfinished tale that invites readers to stand at the edge of the forest, to feel the chill of the wind, and to take a step forward into the unknown. The adventure has only just begun, and the path ahead is shrouded in mystery, beckoning the curious soul to unravel the threads of past and present, where every turn of the page could lead to a new discovery, a new hero rising from the ashes of time. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the rugged Scandinavian landscape. Villagers gathered around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the soft glow, eyes wide with anticipation. Stories of gods and heroes danced on the tips of their tongues. Odin, the wise one, with his one eye eternally searching for knowledge. Freya, the fierce goddess of love and war, captivating hearts and inspiring warriors. These were not just tales, they were lifeblood, woven into the very fabric of their existence. But whispers of change lurked in the wind as the first rumors of a strange new faith began to seep through the cracks of their world. It was a faith that spoke of one God, a shepherd guiding his flock, promising salvation and eternal life. How enticing it must have seemed, yet how foreign it felt. These simple folk, with their rich tapestry of gods, found themselves caught in a battle of beliefs that tugged at their hearts and minds. The transformation was gradual, like the slow melting of ice in the spring sun. Christian missionaries, some kind, others fierce, traveled through the fjords, speaking with passion and fervor. They recounted the tale of a man who walked on water, healed the sick, and gave his life for humanity. "Look at the love that binds us all," they proclaimed, their voices rising above the crackle of the flames. Some listened, their curiosity piqued, while others scoffed, clutching their mead cups as if they could ward off the unsettling thoughts that began to creep in. In the dim light of the night, the stories of old began to shift. The legends of Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, revered for its power to protect, transformed into a symbol of Christ's sacrifice, a new kind of strength. The thunder god, once the embodiment of might and valor, was reimagined as a guardian of the faith. With each retelling, the essence of the old gods faded, like mist dissolving in the morning sun. Fear mingled with curiosity, and the villagers found themselves at a crossroads. As the icy winds howled outside, a lone figure stood at the edge of the gathering, cloaked in shadows. This was Eric, a fierce warrior known for his loyalty to the Norse gods. Yet tonight, his heart battled a tempest of doubt. He remembered the tales his mother told him as a child, of the bravery of the gods, of Odin sacrificing himself upon Yggdrasil, the world tree, to gain wisdom. But now, those stories began to blur, entangled with the promise of a new dawn brought forth by Christ. Eric's thoughts spiraled, echoing through his mind like the crack of Thor's lightning in the night sky. What if there is a truth beyond these ancient tales? He pondered, his pulse quickening. But the fear of betrayal hovered just beneath the surface, threatening to drown him. To surrender his heart to this new faith would feel like severing the bonds that tied him to his ancestors and the stories that had shaped his world. And yet, in the eyes of some of his fellow villagers, he saw a flicker of hope. A young woman named Astrid, with her fiery spirit, spoke passionately about love that transcended death, about redemption that awaited those who sought it. Her voice rang clear like the chimes of a bell, cutting through the fog of Eric's uncertainty. "We can still honor our past," she urged, "and let new light guide us forward." Her sincerity ignited something deep within Eric, stirring emotions he had long kept buried. As the days turned to weeks, the stories twisted and merged, like rivers colliding in a torrent. The tale of Ragnarok, once a fearsome end of the world, transformed into a vision of resurrection and renewal. Instead of chaos and destruction, the villagers began to see the promise of rebirth, like the first blooms of spring that rise from the frost-bitten earth. The old gods, once feared and revered, took on new roles in this evolving narrative. becoming lesser figures in a grander story that unfolded before them. Eric could feel the struggle within him, a tide of emotion pulling him in different directions. The flickering flames of the fire mirrored the conflict in his soul. Every laugh and cheer from his friends now felt like a reminder of the bond they shared. Yet every prayer uttered for the Christian God tugged at a part of him that clung to the old ways. Would his ancestors approve? He wondered, wrestling with ghosts of the past. At night, he would dream of Valhalla, of gallant warriors feasting alongside the gods. But now, those dreams were laced with images of golden streets and angelic hosts, a new paradise that beckoned enticingly. Eric woke up in a cold sweat, torn between the soulful echoes of his history and the uncharted paths that lay ahead. In the village, the signs of transformation were everywhere. Old stones carved with runes were replaced by crosses, their shadows cast over once hallowed ground. Children learned the new prayers with wide eyes, and parents grew quiet, caught between nostalgia and a yearning for peace. The air was heavy with change, both exhilarating and terrifying. With every passing day, the balance shifted. The old gods were not forgotten, but rather, they were woven into a new tapestry of belief. It was a bittersweet transformation, like watching the seasons change, a farewell to winter's stark grip and an embrace of the budding warmth of spring. Eric stood at the crossroads, caught between worlds, as the wind whispered tales of yore and beckoned him toward the promise of something new. The laughter of children echoed in the distance, a sound that was both familiar and strange. As he watched them play, a sense of calm began to wash over his heart, mingling with the tumult. Would he find peace in this new narrative? Would he be able to carry forward the legacy of his past while walking toward an uncertain future? With every breath, the weight of history pushed down upon him, and yet the light of possibility shimmered just beyond his reach. In that moment, the past and future collided, creating a spark that illuminated the way forward, a path not yet traveled, but already felt in the marrow of his bones. As the fires burned low and the night deepened, Eric recognized that he stood on the brink of a profound transformation. The warmth of the fire wrapped around him like an embrace, but the chill of uncertainty lingered still. Would he join Astrid and others, stepping bravely into the light? Or would he cling fiercely to the whispers of the old gods, wrapped in the comfort of what he had always known? The answer lay just beyond the horizon, waiting to unfold in the dawn of a new era. The wind howled through the jagged cliffs, the sound like the distant cries of ancient warriors lost to time. Shadows danced in the flickering light of a fire, casting eerie figures on the cave walls, where stories long forgotten whispered in the dark corners of every Viking heart. This was a world where gods and giants walked among men, where the clash of steel and the laughter of heroes filled the air, echoing through the ages. On a night like this, when the stars twinkled like the eyes of mischievous deities peeking down from Asgard, the sagas were born. These tales weren't just stories. They were lifelines connecting the living to the legendary, binding the people to their ancestry. Around the fire, with eyes wide in wonder, a young boy listened intently as his grandfather recounted the adventures of mighty Thor, hammer raised, ready to defend Midgard against the monstrous serpent Jörmungandr. The boy could feel his heart race as he imagined the thunder that accompanied the god's powerful strikes, reverberating through the very fabric of existence. Each tale spun by the old man's voice was a thread woven into the vast tapestry of Norse mythology. The sagas, written down in the 13th century but rooted in oral tradition, captured the essence of a world where fate was as unpredictable as the northern seas. They were not merely chronicles of gods and heroes, but reflections of human struggles, love, betrayal, and the quest for honor. These stories held a mirror to the Viking soul, revealing its complexities, glories, and sorrows. Hushed whispers carried tales of Ragnarok, the end of days foretold, where fire would consume the world and the bravest of warriors would rise, swords drawn, to fight in the last great battle. The boy's eyes widened in fear and fascination. He thought of brave souls like Sigurd, whose destiny intertwined with dragons and gold, and the cursed ring that brought nothing but despair. These were not just characters. They were embodiments of the choices one made, the sacrifices one endured. They were lessons carved in stone, echoing through time. As the night deepened, the flicker of flames revealed the silhouettes of fierce Valkyries, warriors sent by Odin to choose those who would die and those who would live. These powerful women soared across the battlefield, their cries mingling with the clash of swords, deciding the fates of men with each fierce swing of their arms. The boy could almost hear their wings, a soft whisper in the wind, promising honor to those who fought bravely, and a place in Valhalla, the Hall of the Slain. The sagas flowed like the meandering rivers of the north, filled with tales of family sagas, where blood ties were sacred and feuds lasted generations. The tension hung thick in the air as stories of betrayal unfolded, the cunning of Loki, the trickster god, whose mischief sowed discord among the gods, teaching that even the mightiest could fall prey to deceit. The boy shivered, enchanted and terrified by the tales of Loki's dark humor, the chaos he brought, leading to the death of the noble Balder, a moment that shattered the hearts of gods and men alike. Each saga was a doorway into a different life, a different struggle. The Grand Hall of Uppsala echoed with the voices of seers who peered into the future, their prophecies guiding the warriors as they prepared for battle. Here, the boy learned that every hero has a destiny, a path carved by their actions and choices. He felt the weight of their swords and the power of their courage, a truth that resonated through his very being. As the fire crackled, the sagas shifted toward the quieter moments, where love blossomed amidst the chaos of war. The tales of Freya, the goddess of love and fertility, unfolded like petals of a flower under the sun. The boy could sense the warmth in these stories, the tenderness woven through the fabric of life, reminding him that amidst the bloodshed, love could flourish. Freya's search for her lost husband, her tears turning to gold, painted a picture of longing that echoed in the hearts of all who loved. But the sagas also detailed the harsh realities of life, the inevitability of death, and the honor found in facing it head-on. The boy listened, feeling every victory and loss as if they were his own. He could almost see the great halls of Valhalla, a place of endless feasting and camaraderie, where the fallen warriors gathered, drinking and laughing, preparing for the final battle against the forces of chaos. Would he rise to that challenge one day? Would he have the strength to carve his own legacy, just like the heroes of the sagas? Time slipped away, and with it, the boy realized that the sagas were more than mere tales. They were a way of life, an inheritance passed down through generations. They shaped the community, knitting together a shared identity, a bond forged in fire and blood. The people clung to these stories, drawing courage from them as they faced the harsh realities of their world. The icy winters, the treacherous seas, and the constant threat of rival clans. With each passing moment, the boy understood that he was a part of this narrative, an unwritten chapter in the grand saga of his people. His heart raced with the thrill of potential, and the flickering firelight illuminated the path before him. The sagas, rich with emotion and history, were alive, a swirling tempest of fate and choice, binding him to the past and propelling him toward a future only hinted at in whispered tales. Outside, the wind continued to howl, but within the warm embrace of the cave, the stories flowed endlessly. Each tale, with its heroes and villains, love and loss, echoed the truth of human experience. The fire crackled and popped, but the boy remained entranced, a prisoner of the sagas that were more than mere words. They were the heartbeat of his ancestors, a pulse that would guide him through the shadows of his own life. The tales of gods, giants, and heroes would linger in the air long after the fire had burned down to embers, waiting to ignite new stories, new dreams, and new challenges. As the boy closed his eyes, he could feel the weight of the past resting on his shoulders, a mantle of stories ready to be carried forward into the unknown, where his own saga awaited to unfold, echoing in the hearts of those who would listen for generations to come. The chill of the northern winds whispered through the trees, carrying with it an unsettling tension. In the shadows of a great oak, a man stood poised with a grim determination etched upon his weathered face. His breath fogged in the cold air as he clutched a sword, its blade glimmering with the promise of blood and vengeance. This was no ordinary day. It was a day marked by the weight of honor and the fiery need for revenge, a day that would change everything. In Norse society, honor was more than a mere word. It was the very essence of existence. It coursed through the veins of the people like the rivers that shaped their land, swift, powerful, and sometimes deadly. Each man, woman, and child was born into a world where their worth was measured by their deeds and their courage. A stain on one's honor was a scar that festered, demanding retribution. Baldur, the man in the shadows, was not simply seeking revenge for a wrong suffered. He was a vessel for a tradition that bound him to his ancestors. Someone had taken from him the life of his brother, a fierce warrior who had fallen in a dishonorable ambush. The pain in his heart twisted like a serpent, but it was the call of honor that drove him toward the path of retribution. To do nothing would be to invite shame upon himself and his family, a fate worse than death. As he stepped forward, memories flooded his mind like a raging storm. The laughter they had shared around the fire, the stories told under the vast sky filled with stars, they haunted him. Every tale of bravery intertwined with the expectation of vengeance. In this world, blood demanded blood, and the gods themselves watched with keen interest, their fates tied to the mortal realm and the scales of justice. The thought of facing his brother's killer surged through Baldur's veins, igniting a fire that warmed him against the bitter cold. He walked toward the village of his enemy. The ground crunched beneath his boots, each step a declaration. For the Norse, revenge was not simply personal, it was a communal expectation. The blood feud, a fierce and unyielding bond of honor, could ripple through generations, shaping destinies and altering the course of lives. In the longhouses, whispers spread like wildfire. The people understood the code of honor that called for retribution. They spoke of Baldur with respect, knowing he had the right to seek vengeance. Yet, there was also fear. Fear of the violence he would unleash and the chaos that might follow. The air thickened with anticipation, each villager torn between admiration for his courage and trepidation for the storm of blood that would surely come. As Baldur reached the threshold of his enemy's home, he paused for a moment, heart pounding against his chest like a war drum. He could hear laughter echoing from within, the warmth of a fire drawing them closer to joy, while he stood on the precipice of darkness. How could they celebrate when his brother lay cold in the ground, robbed of life by deceit? The weight of his blade felt heavier than any burden he had ever carried. With a swift kick, the door burst open. The laughter died, replaced by an eerie silence. Inside, men turned, surprise etched on their faces, their eyes darting from one another to the warrior who had just crossed the threshold. "Baldur," one of them exclaimed, incredulity mingling with fear. They knew what he had come to do. "Your cowardice has cost me dearly." Baldur's voice rang out, a powerful echo of grief and rage. The atmosphere crackled with tension, thick like the fog that hung low in the valleys. Honor demanded he make them pay. It was not just personal. It was a message to all who would dare to cross the lines drawn by blood. Yet even in his fury, Baldur felt the weight of the eyes watching him. The elders of the village had taught that revenge was a path fraught with peril. The blood of the slain would not wash away the grief. It would only serve to deepen it. But the thought of leaving without justice burned in his chest like a brand. He could not let that moment slip away. The very fabric of his identity was at stake. The first blow was struck, a weapon clashing against weapon, a dance of death igniting the room. Chaos erupted, and the air was filled with the clang of metal and the cries of men. Honor flowed through Baldur like a raging river, guiding him as he fought against those who had wronged him. Each strike was a release of sorrow, a testament to his need for closure. He fought not just for himself, but for the legacy of his brother, a legacy that demanded retribution. In the midst of battle, as he parried a blow and countered with swift precision, a flicker of doubt raced through him. Was this truly the answer? The gods were watching, their judgment poised on the edge of a knife. A moment's hesitation could be fatal. But each face he struck reminded him of the loss, the pain, the haunting memories that would never fade. Outside, the sun dipped low in the sky, casting an ominous glow over the village as families gathered, drawn by the commotion. They understood the dance of honor and revenge, the intricate ties that bound their society together. To witness Baldur's struggle was to witness the very heart of their existence, a cycle unbroken, a tradition that could not be extinguished. Blood spilled on the floor, giving life to the age-old code of honor, the very essence of the Norse spirit. Each life taken was a promise fulfilled, a debt paid. Baldur moved with ferocity, his heart pounding in rhythm with the clash of steel. Yet, with every swing, every strike, there was a flicker of realization, a haunting question that lingered like a specter in the distance. What did honor truly mean? Would this path of revenge bring peace to his heart, or would it merely sow the seeds of further bloodshed? But in that moment, as he faced the last of his enemy's kin, all thoughts of doubt vanished. The blade found its mark, and with it, the weight of legacy fell heavily upon him. As the adrenaline surged and the room fell silent, Baldur stood amidst the remnants of his rage, panting, heart racing. The air was thick with the scent of victory and blood, a potent reminder that in the world of the Norse, honor and revenge were inextricably linked, forever destined to collide in an endless cycle of life and death. The chill of the North Sea crept into the bones of the men, As they stood upon the shore, their eyes trained on the horizon, where the sky kissed the water. There, framed by dark clouds, lay the promise of adventure, a calling that thrummed through their veins. Ships, those majestic longboats of the Vikings, were not just vessels made of wood and iron. They were lifelines woven into the fabric of Norse mythology, imbued with stories that whispered of gods, glory, and fate. Each ship was a masterpiece, crafted with care and imbued with meaning. The longships, with their sleek hulls and dragon-headed prows, were designed for speed and agility, allowing the Vikings to navigate the treacherous waters of fjords and across the open sea. But these ships were more than mere tools of war or trade. They were sacred instruments, believed to be blessed by the gods, carrying the souls of the departed to the afterlife. The Norsemen saw their ships as vessels of destiny, guided by the watchful eyes of Odin and the gentle hands of Freya, who welcomed the brave into Valhalla. As each ship was launched, the air thickened with a sense of reverence. The wood, harvested from ancient trees, seemed to hum with history, each plank echoing the laughter and tears of generations past. The Vikings would gather, singing songs that spoke of great battles and the heroes who had sailed before them. Their voices carried on the wind, a haunting melody that mingled with the cries of gulls overhead, a reminder that the sea was both treacherous and beautiful, a place that held the power of life and death. Among the crowd stood a young warrior named Bjorn, his heart racing at the thought of his first voyage. The call of the ocean was intoxicating, promising new lands and untold riches. Yet, as he gazed at the dragon ship that would carry him away from home, an uneasy flutter settled in his stomach. Would he find glory and honor, or would he become just another name, whispered in the wind? The thought haunted him as he recalled the stories told by the Skalds, tales of men lost to storms and battles, their spirits forever tied to the ships that brought them forth. Bjorn's father had sailed these very waters, his ship cutting through the waves like a knife, a fierce warrior. He had returned with tales of conquest and treasures beyond imagination. But there was a dark shadow in those stories, a hint of danger that lingered at the edges. It was said that the sea was alive, a force to be respected and feared. Bjorn's father had often mentioned the tales of the Kraken, a beast that lurked beneath the surface, waiting to drag ships and their crews into the depths. Bjorn shivered, feeling the weight of his father's legacy pressing down upon him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Bjorn climbed aboard the ship. The moment his feet touched the deck, he felt a surge of power, as if the spirit of the vessel had welcomed him. His hands rested on the smooth wood, and he closed his eyes, imagining the countless hands that had gripped this same place, guiding her through tempests and calm. The ship was alive, a creature of the sea, and now it was part of him. With the wind in their sails, they ventured forth, the ship slicing through the waves like a warrior charging into battle. The crew shouted with excitement, their laughter ringing out against the backdrop of crashing waves. But as the sun disappeared, darkness enveloped them, and the ocean transformed. The once calm waters stirred with an unsettling energy, as if the sea itself had awakened from a long slumber. Bjorn's heart raced as shadows danced at the edge of his vision. The stories of the past took on a new weight, and he could almost hear the whispers of the drowned beckoning him closer. The ship rocked and rolled, and he clung to the mast, his breath quickening. Each wave that crashed against the hull felt like a reminder of the lurking dangers that lay beneath. The tales of Odin's wrath and the power of the sea loomed large, and he could no longer dismiss them as mere fables. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the silhouette of the ship, and with it came the undeniable realization of his fate. Was he to become part of the myth, another story woven into the fabric of the Viking legacy? The thought both thrilled and terrified him. The ship was not just a means of transportation. It was a bridge to a world where myth and reality intertwined. They were not merely sailors. They were warriors of fate, riding the currents of time and memory. Through the storm, the crew fought valiantly, their shouts mingling with the roar of the sea. As waves towered above them, Bjorn found himself entranced, his fear transforming into a fierce determination. The ship, responding to the rhythm of the water and the will of the crew, seemed to pulse with life. They were bound together, ship and crew, a singular entity facing the chaos of the world. In that moment, Bjorn understood the true importance of ships in Viking culture. They were not just vessels. They were a connection to the divine, an embodiment of the Viking spirit. A ship was a promise made to the gods, a promise of bravery, adventure, and the willingness to face the unknown. The storm raged on, but within the heart of the ship, a fire ignited in Bjorn. He was ready to embrace his destiny, to carve his name into the annals of history. As dawn broke, the storm began to relent, the waves calming like the gentle breath of a sleeping giant. Exhausted but alive, the crew emerged to witness the serene beauty of the morning sun. The sea lay before them, vast and endless, a canvas waiting to be painted with their stories. Each ship carried more than just men. It contained hopes, dreams, and the unyielding spirit of a people who dared to sail into the unknown. The connection between ships and myth ran deeper than the waters they traversed, tying them to the very essence of life itself. The journey was only beginning, but the echoes of the past resonated within the soul of every warrior, reminding them that they were forever linked to the legends that had come before. Bjorn stood on the deck, the wind tousling his hair, and he felt the heartbeat of the ship beneath him, a rhythm that promised adventure, challenges, and a chance to forge his own myth. The horizon stretched before them, an invitation filled with countless possibilities, knowing that each wave would carry them further into the weaving tapestry of history. The sky darkened, and the air crackled with an electric tension as a storm brewed on the horizon. Thunder cracked like a whip, and the first drops of rain splattered against the earth, sending up little puffs of dust. In that moment, every creature, from the tiniest ant to the mightiest bear, sensed that something ancient and powerful was awakening. The voices of the past echoed in the howling wind, whispering tales of gods and spirits, of creation and destruction. In the cradle of civilization, where the rivers met the land, the people looked to the heavens for answers. To them, the sun wasn't just a fiery ball in the sky. It was Ra, the mighty Egyptian sun god, riding his chariot across the sky, bringing life and warmth to all. The sun's daily journey was a divine cycle of rebirth, a testament to the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Every sunrise was a promise, every sunset a reminder of the day's victories and losses. They felt the warmth on their skin, and knew Ra was smiling upon them, or perhaps frowning, as storms rolled in. Similarly, the Greeks gazed up at the stars and saw constellations woven into the fabric of their myths. Zeus, the king of gods, wielded thunderbolts with fury and grace. When storms threatened, the people would whisper prayers, offering sacrifices to appease him, hoping to calm the tempest. In their minds, The roiling clouds were not just a weather phenomenon, but a reflection of Zeus's anger or joy. Each clap of thunder sent jolts of fear and awe through their hearts as they remembered the tales of his wrath, like the stories of Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods only to face their terrifying punishment. Across oceans, in the land of the Norse, the world was alive with spirits. The mighty Thor, with his hammer Mjolnir, was the protector of mankind against chaos. Storms were his battles against the giants, and lightning was the crack of his hammer meeting the sky. When the winds howled through the trees, the Norse people whispered stories around the fire, sharing tales of how Thor would ride through the skies, fighting to keep the world safe. They felt a deep connection to nature, believing that every storm was a reminder of the delicate balance between order and chaos. In distant lands, the indigenous peoples of the Americas revered the elements as sacred. To the Navajo, the thunderbirds were majestic spirits that flew across the sky, bringing rain and fertility to the earth. The rumble of thunder was their call, a promise that life-giving water would soon follow. Every drop of rain was a blessing, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. They danced and sang, celebrating the storms as gifts, while the world around them buzzed with energy and anticipation. As the rain began to pour, the ground soaked up the moisture, greedily welcoming it. The earth sighed, and a whisper of life surged through the soil. The ancient myths breathed life into each droplet, turning the mundane into the miraculous. The people stood outside, arms raised to the sky, feeling the cool raindrops wash away their worries, their hearts beating in rhythm with the storm. The air was thick with emotion, a shared understanding that they were part of something much larger than themselves. In the shadow of the mountains, the Andean people looked skyward, watching the clouds drift like majestic ships. To them, Inti, the sun god, ruled the day, while the moon, Mama Quila, governed the night. The interplay of day and night was a dance of love, a sacred bond celebrated through rituals that honored the cycles of nature. When the rains came to wash the high altitudes, they rejoiced, believing the gods were blessing their crops, ensuring their survival. The mountains themselves were alive with spirits, and every flash of lightning was a reminder that the divine was ever present. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, the Polynesians gazed at the horizon, their spirits entwined with the wind and waves. To them, the sea was a vast canvas painted by the gods, with each wave telling a story of creation and destruction. The storms that brewed over the waters were fierce reminders of the power of the gods, and they navigated by the stars, guided by the celestial realms that dictated their journeys. Each gust of wind seemed to carry the laughter of the sea goddess, while the rain was her tears, washing the earth clean. As the storm grew fierce, the trees swayed, bending but not breaking, their roots deep in the earth, echoing the strength of the ancients. The people, feeling the energy of the storm resonate in their bones, remembered the lore passed down through generations. With every flash of lightning that split the sky, they felt the stories of their ancestors come alive, each tale a thread in the rich tapestry of their shared existence. In the moments of quiet that followed the storm, an overwhelming sense of connection swept over them. They could almost hear the whispers of the gods in the rustle of leaves, in the patter of rain on rooftops. Joy mingled with fear, respect with awe, as they understood that every natural phenomenon was imbued with meaning, a symbolic dance that intertwined their fate with that of the universe. As the clouds began to clear, the first rays of sunlight broke through, casting a golden glow on the fresh earth. The rain-soaked ground sparkled like diamonds, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of renewal. Children laughed and danced in the puddles, while elders recounted stories of storms past, their voices rich with the weight of history. Each drop of rain that fell was more than water. It was a reminder that they were part of a grand narrative, one that stretched back to the dawn of time. With hearts swelling with gratitude, they turned their eyes skyward, where the last remnants of the storm danced away into the distance. The air vibrated with the promise of new beginnings, the myths that once explained their world now coalescing with their everyday lives, intertwining the sacred and the mundane. Nature had spoken, and they listened, their spirits forever changed, ready to embrace the next whisper of the wind and the next story waiting to be told. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue that kissed the earth with warmth. The air was thick with the scent of incense and vibrant blossoms, each breath a reminder of life's fleeting beauty. In the village, laughter echoed against ancient stones as families adorned their homes with garlands of flowers, their colors a riotous chorus that sang the praises of the gods. It was festival time, a time of joy and reverence, where the boundary between the mundane and the divine blurred, inviting everyone to participate in the sacred dance. On the day of the harvest festival, the entire community came alive. The rhythmic beat of drums resonated in the air, a primal call that stirred the spirits of ancestors long past. Children, their eyes wide with wonder, twirled in circles as they tried to catch the petals, raining down like blessings from above. The elders, wise and weathered, gathered under the great oak tree, sharing stories of their own youth when the gods seemed even closer, their whispers echoing through the laughter of the living. As twilight approached, the air crackled with anticipation. Flames flickered to life in bonfires, their glow illuminating the faces of worshippers, each expression a tapestry of hope and devotion. Women, dressed in flowing garments, adorned with intricate patterns, offered up food they had lovingly prepared, a feast for both the eyes and the soul. Their hands moved gracefully, presenting fruits and grains to the deities, each offering a token of gratitude for the blessings bestowed upon them. In the distance, the sound of chants rose, a haunting melody that wrapped around the gathering like a warm embrace. It was the voice of the priests, clad in ceremonial robes, invoking the gods with fervor and passion. Their words, ancient and powerful, filled the air, each syllable a thread weaving the present with the past. The villagers responded, their voices joining in a chorus that seemed to rise to the heavens, a prayer of unity and reverence. As the night deepened, the atmosphere thickened with an electric energy. Lanterns hung from every tree, casting a soft glow that danced with the flickering flames. Couples swayed to the music, their steps light, lost in the rhythm of the moment. For a brief span, time stood still, and it felt as though the gods themselves were present, smiling down upon them, sharing in the joy of the celebration. Each festival was not merely a day of revelry, but a ritual steeped in history, each element a thread in the rich fabric of tradition. The villagers believed that to honor the gods was to invite prosperity and protection into their lives. The act of celebrating was, in itself, a prayer, a way of reaching out to that which could not be seen, but was deeply felt. Rituals marked the turn of the seasons, each festival a reminder of the cyclical nature of life, death, and rebirth. As the evening progressed, the climax approached. a moment where the collective breath of the village seemed to hold, waiting for the grand offering. The ceremonial effigy, crafted with love and care, stood tall at the center of the gathering, adorned with flowers and jewels. It represented the god of the harvest, an embodiment of all that was sacred. The villagers approached, each taking a moment to whisper their hopes and dreams into the effigy's ear, the air thick with unspoken desires. With a deep, resonant gong, the moment arrived. Torches ignited, flames leaping into the night sky as the offerings were presented. Fruits and grains set ablaze, a symbolic return to the earth. The fire crackled and hissed, consuming the gifts, sending prayers spiraling upward in a plume of smoke. Faces illuminated by the firelight glowed with awe and wonder, tears mingling with smiles as the villagers witnessed the sacred transformation. It was during these moments that the stories of the past surged forth, tales of great storms that threatened their crops, of famine and plenty, of the gods who walked among them, and the promises made in times of desperation. Each festival echoed these stories, a reminder that they were not alone, that the gods watched over them, their fates intertwined. As the fire's embers began to fade, a hush fell over the crowd, a collective acknowledgement of the sacredness of the night. The pulse of the drums slowed, and in that stillness, a single voice rang out. It was a child, small yet fierce, calling for the gods to listen, to never forget them. The simplicity of the plea tugged at the heartstrings, reminding everyone of the innocence and purity that lay at the core of their beliefs. Only the stars bore witness to the promises made that night. The warmth of the fire lingered in their hearts as they shared stories of their ancestors, passing down the rituals that defined their existence. Bonds were tightened, friendships forged anew, all under the watchful gaze of the stars, the eternal witnesses to their devotion. In the distance, a soft breeze carried the sound of a flute, a melody that seemed to weave through the fabric of the night. It called to them, urging them to dance once more. And so they did, moving in unison, a living tapestry of joy and reverence, celebrating not just the gods but life itself. Laughter mingled with tears, and the dance became a prayer, a poignant reminder that every step, every beat of their hearts echoed the ancient rhythms of the universe. As the night wore on, the festival became a living memory, a reflection of the sacred bond between humanity and the divine. The villagers understood that the rituals were more than mere performances. They were lifelines, weaving stories of love, loss, and hope into the very essence of their being. And as dawn approached, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, they knew that this was not just an end, but a continuation, a promise that the spirit of the festival would live on in their hearts until the next cycle began again, pulling them into the embrace of the unknown, the sacred, the ever-turning wheel of life. In the shadows of a stormy sky, the whispers of fate echoed ominously through the air. The winds howled like the cries of long-forgotten souls, announcing the presence of beings that would shape the very fabric of Norse mythology. Loki, the trickster god, was not merely a source of mischief. He was the father of 3 formidable offspring, whose destinies entwined with the end of the world itself. Fenrir, the great wolf, loomed larger than any beast ever seen. From his humble beginnings as a mere pup, he grew with a ferocity that frightened even the gods. They watched with widening eyes, their hearts heavy with foreboding, as the wolf's size swelled, each day marking another step toward his dark fate. It was said that when Fenrir opened his mouth wide enough to swallow the sun, all would tremble, for he was destined to break the chains that bound him unleashed upon the world to bring chaos and destruction. The gods, realizing the depth of their error in underestimating him, crafted bonds of iron, wrapping him in chains forged from the very essence of the earth itself. Yet, even as they secured him with unbreakable bonds, they did not realize how deeply he loathed them. The chains only served to stoke the fire of his rage. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, the Midgard serpent, Jormungandr, coiled around the earth with a sinister grace. Born of Loki and the giantess Angerboda, he was fated to be the harbinger of doom. As he grew, he filled the seas with dread, his scales glistening like polished iron under the waves. The gods feared him, for they knew that when Jormungandr released himself from his watery prison, he would rise to challenge Thor, the thunder god, in an epic clash that would echo through eternity. The very thought sent shivers down the spines of the bravest warriors, for it was prophesied that Thor would fall, and with him, the world itself would tremble. And then there was Hel, the daughter of Loki, a figure both terrifying and compelling. Half alive and half dead, she ruled over the underworld with an iron grip. Her dark palace was a place of sorrow, where those who did not die in battle found their final resting place. Unlike her fearsome brothers, Hel bore a bittersweet beauty, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life. She observed the living with a cold, detached gaze, her heart a fortress of grief. The gods dared not approach her throne, knowing that she held the keys to the souls of their fallen kin. In whispers, they spoke of her like a fading dream, an omen of the darkness yet to come. The tension mounted as the Norns, the three sisters of fate, wove the destinies of the gods and their children. With each thread they spun, the lines between heroism and villainy blurred. The gods, now aware of Loki's lineage, felt the weight of their choices crushing down upon them. They had cast aside the very spirits they should have nurtured, and now, like shadows creeping upon them, the offspring of Loki loomed ever closer to their fateful confrontation. One chilling night, under the pale light of the moon, Fenrir sensed the tremors of destiny coursing through the earth. He could feel the power of his chains, but not just as restraint. They ignited a primal fury within him that yearned to break free. As he tugged against the bonds, deep within the mountains, the echoes of thunder rolled like a distant warning. The gods, believing they could contain him, had unknowingly sealed their own fate. The ground trembled, and with each beat of his heart, he felt the inevitability of his destiny drawing near. In the depths of the sea, Jormungandr stirred, sensing the tremors caused by his brother's struggle. A surge of longing filled him, an urge to rise and reclaim his rightful place in the skies above. He longed for the clash with Thor, the moment when their destinies would collide like the fury of thunder and lightning. The sea roiled as he prepared to break free, eager to unleash his wrath upon the world. The legends spoke of a time when he would encircle the earth and fight against the god of thunder, and he could almost taste the victory that awaited him. Meanwhile, Hel remained ensconced in the shadows, her heart heavy with an understanding that transcended fear. Her siblings were bound by fate, destined to play their parts in the coming cataclysm, yet she was the one who held the key to the souls of the fallen. There was a beauty in her isolation, a melancholy that wrapped around her like a shroud. She longed for connection, for understanding, but she bore the burden of her lineage, a constant reminder of the chaos her father had wrought. As she gazed into the abyss of her realm, she felt the weight of the world pressing down upon her, a darkness that beckoned her to join her brothers, in their destructive dance. The air grew thick with tension as the Norns wove their fateful threads, a tapestry of impending doom and inevitable confrontation. The whispers of the past echoed louder, reminding all of the choices made and the consequences they had sown. Fenrir, Jormungandr, and Hel were not merely offspring of Loki. They were embodiments of fate itself, each carrying within them the promise of destruction and the burden of their heritage. The clock ticked louder, each second marking the approach of Ragnarok, the end of all things. The storm that brewed on the horizon was more than a mere tempest. It was the culmination of generations of choices and betrayals, and soon the world would feel its wrath. As the shadows deepened and the winds howled, the fates of Fenrir, Jormungandr, and Hel intertwined with that of the gods, sealing their destinies in a dance that would echo through the ages. The stage was set, and the players were ready. The clash was inevitable, and the world held its breath, bracing for the chaos that was about to unfold. On a cold winter night, as the wind howled and the shadows danced in the flickering firelight, tales of gods and giants filled the air. The stories of Odin, Thor, and Loki echoed through the ages, spilling from the lips of ancient storytellers who knew that myth was not just fantasy. It was a thread woven into the very fabric of human experience. Norse mythology has long captivated the imagination, not just in its native lands, but across the globe, seeping into the cracks of modern life, like a river breaking through a dam. As the years rolled on, the allure of these ancient stories began to creep into popular culture. Movies, video games, and comic books started to echo the thunderous roar of Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, and the cunning tricks of Loki the trickster. Each adaptation brought with it the raw essence of Norse legends, but twisted and turned to fit the contemporary palette, making them both accessible and exhilarating. The heroics of the Aesir gods and the creeping dread of the giants found new life in the hearts of audiences who felt an inexplicable pull toward these ancient figures. Take, for instance, the blockbuster films that brought the mighty Thor to life. With every sweeping shot of Asgard, the visuals radiated splendor and power, pulling viewers into an enchanting world that felt both familiar and strange. Each time the thunderous sound of lightning cracked across the screen, it sent a shiver down the spine, reminding everyone of the raw power these gods wielded. But the films did more than dazzle. They opened the door to a world where the complexities of Norse mythology could be grasped by anyone willing to watch. In the pages of comic books, the essence of these myths continued to thrive, giving birth to narratives that explored themes of heroism, betrayal, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. Readers lost themselves in the stories of Valkyries choosing the slain, a powerful image of fate and valor that resonated deeply. It was not just the gods that captivated audiences. It was the human experience intertwined with the divine. The struggles, the triumphs, the love and loss, all were reflections of real life, filtered through the lens of myth. Video games embraced these tales with open arms, crafting immersive worlds where players could step into the shoes of gods and heroes. Each quest echoed the timeless battles of the old, fighting trolls in dark caverns or forging alliances with otherworldly beings. Gamers, armed with their controllers, felt the weight of Mjolnir in their hands, battling through realms that mirrored the 9 worlds of Yggdrasil. The emotional stakes soared as they faced challenges that echoed the myths, leaving them breathless and yearning for more. But the influence of Norse mythology did not stop at entertainment. It seeped into fashion, music, and art. Symbols like the Valknut and the Helm of Awe began to adorn tattoos, a way for individuals to connect with the past and carry a piece of that power into their everyday lives. Bands drew inspiration from the epic tales, their music resonating with the thunder of battles fought by gods and giants, stirring deep emotions in the hearts of fans. There was a visceral thrill in hearing lyrics that echoed the sagas, making listeners feel like warriors on the front lines of a mythic battle. As the popularity of these ancient tales continued to rise, they began to spark a curiosity about the history behind them. People dove into the sagas of the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, uncovering the layers of meaning behind each tale. The myths were not merely stories. They were rich narratives that spoke of human nature, fate, and the struggle against inevitable doom. Themes that resonated across cultures and centuries. Each line revealed a truth about life, love, and loss, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to listen. Yet, beneath the surface of this popularity, a tension simmered. The essence of Norse mythology was often simplified, its complexity reduced to fit into neat boxes of entertainment. Fans yearned for authenticity, a connection to the rawness of the original tales. They sought to understand the depths of Loki's mischief, the weight of Odin's wisdom, and the unyielding strength of Thor. As the myths were retold and reimagined, a longing grew. How could these stories retain their ancient power while captivating the modern world? This quest for authenticity led to a resurgence of interest in Norse traditions, inspiring scholars and enthusiasts alike to revive ancient practices and beliefs. Festivals celebrating Viking heritage sprang to life, where people donned the garb of their ancestors and shared stories beneath the stars. The spirit of the ancient gods echoed in the laughter and camaraderie of those gathered, a moment where past and present collided in beautiful harmony. Among all this, the figure of Loki stood out, a symbol of chaos and complexity. In popular culture, he transformed from a mere villain to a character that embodied the gray areas of morality. Fans found themselves drawn to his charm and cunning, feeling the tug of his more human traits. Was he truly evil, or merely a reflection of the darkness within us all? This duality sparked debates, igniting passionate discussions about the nature of good and evil, loyalty and betrayal, enriching the tapestry of the myth. And so, as the influence of Norse mythology unfurled across the landscapes of popular culture, it intertwined with the lives of countless people. It was a living, breathing entity that transcended time, resonating with emotions that echoed in the human heart. Each adaptation, each retelling, breathed new life into ancient truths, igniting a fire of curiosity and passion within a generation eager to connect with their roots. As the night deepened and stories continued to be whispered around flickering flames, the air hummed with possibility. The legends of old were not finished with their journey. They were merely adapting, shifting, and evolving, ready to inspire new tales for generations to come. The echoes of the past were woven into the fabric of the present, a beautiful reminder that myth and reality are never truly separate. With each passing moment, the influence of Norse mythology continued to grow, reaching out to touch the hearts of those willing to listen, to feel, and to believe in the power of story. Under the restless skies of Scandinavia, where the winds howl like spirits in torment, magic was not just a whisper among the people. It was a pulse, a heartbeat coursing through the veins of the land. A peculiar chill swept through the air when the sun dipped below the horizon, as if the very fabric of reality bowed to the darker forces that danced in shadows. Here, in this world, woven with threads of myth and reality, The Norse people embraced magic and sorcery as a fundamental part of their beliefs. In the flickering glow of a fire, a figure cloaked in furs and mystery sat with an air of authority. This was a Völva, a seeress who held the power to peer into the tangled web of fate. Her voice, rich and melodic, resonated like a haunting lullaby, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to listen. "The Norns spin the fates," she would say, her fingers weaving invisible strands as she spoke of past, present, and future. The onlookers hung onto her every word, as if reality itself would unravel, should they dare to blink. The Völva's magic was not mere illusion. It was a bridge to the divine, a connection to the otherworldly. The Norse believed that everything was interconnected: humans, gods, and the elements. The air crackled with energy as she summoned the spirits, invoking the ancient powers of the earth to reveal insights and wisdom. They could feel it in their bones, the electrifying sensation that something beyond their comprehension was at play. Her craft was not without danger. Sorcery bore a heavy price, and those who meddled with the forces of magic often found themselves entangled in a web of consequences. There were whispers of those who delved too deeply, men and women who sought to rewrite their fates only to find themselves ensnared in nightmares of their own making. It was a lesson etched in the lore. Magic was a double-edged sword, as fierce and unpredictable as the storms that swept across the fjords. One could almost hear the rustle of leaves as the night deepened, the silence thick and expectant. Villagers gathered in the twilight, drawn together by a shared sense of wonder and fear. They spoke of powerful runes, symbols that held the essence of creation. Carved into wood and stone, these runes were not mere letters. They were alive, pulsating with the energy of the cosmos. The act of inscribing them was sacred, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. The whispers of the past caressed their skin as they recalled how the god Odin, in his relentless quest for knowledge, sacrificed himself to gain the wisdom hidden within these mystical symbols. Potent herbs, the roots of ancient trees, and the bones of animals were all entwined in the practice of magic. Practitioners became alchemists of fate, stirring cauldrons and mixing potions that could cure ailments or bring forth curses. In countless tales, the witch or wizard was both revered and feared, seen as a guardian and a threat. The emotional tug-of-war within the community reflected the duality of magic itself, its ability to heal and to harm. In the midst of this dance of power, the tales of the gods hung heavy like storm clouds. Freya, the goddess of love and war, was said to possess a cloak of falcon feathers that allowed her to soar through the skies. Her mastery of satyr, an ancient form of magic, invited intrigue and envy. She taught women the art of enchantment, empowering them to harness their own strength and wisdom. Each woman who learned the craft became a vessel of ancient knowledge, a keeper of secrets that had echoed through generations. But the dark side of this power also emerged in the form of Loki, the trickster god who reveled in chaos. His cunning nature blurred the lines between magic and mischief, reminding the Norse that sorcery could easily spiral into malevolence. The stories of Loki's betrayals and transformations resonated in the hearts of those who understood that with great power came the risk of great folly. In the moonlit glades, the air thickened with tension as rituals unfolded. Sacrifices were made to appease the gods, to earn their favor in a world wrought with uncertainty. The smell of burning offerings mingled with the earthy scent of the forest, creating a heady atmosphere that urged the participants to seek communion with the divine. Each chant and incantation wove together the threads of magic, drawing them closer to the unseen forces that governed their lives. But not all magic was performed in isolation. The bonds forged among villagers during these rituals created a tapestry of unity. With each shared glance and whispered chant, they acknowledged their vulnerabilities, their hopes, and their fears. The power of magic, when combined with the strength of community, became a force to be reckoned with, capable of both crafting destinies and warding off malevolent spirits. As the night deepened, the vulva's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light. Her words painted vivid images of battles fought with spells, of heroes who wielded magic as their greatest weapon. She spoke of the Aesir and Vanir, gods who roamed the earth, commanding the elements and reshaping the fates of mortals. Each tale gripped the listeners with fervor, igniting their imaginations and stirring their souls. Magic was not merely a tool, it was a way of life. It whispered secrets in the rustle of leaves, beckoned with the flicker of candlelight, and lingered in the spaces between breaths. The Norse people navigated their existence amidst this enchanting haze, where every moment held the potential for transformation, for rebirth. As the fire crackled and the night wore on, the villagers felt a shift in the air. An unspoken tension hung heavily, thick with expectation. The vulva glanced toward the shadows, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush. "But beware," she warned, "for not all magic is meant to be wielded by mortal hands." The air seemed to crack with electricity, sending shivers down their spines as they realized that the night was far from over. Something dark and ancient stirred, waiting just beyond the veil, eager to entwine its destiny with those who dared to tread too closely to the unknown. The heartbeat of magic pulsed ever louder, drowning out the sound of the waves crashing against the rocky shores. They could feel it resonating within themselves, an unyielding force that beckoned them to listen, to learn, to embrace the shadows and light that danced in the corners of their world. And as the fire flickered at its heart, they knew that this was only the beginning, a prelude to the deeper mysteries that lay ahead, waiting to unfurl like the wings of a raven soaring through the storm. In the flickering glow of a dying fire, shadows danced on the walls of a rustic cabin, echoing the ancient tales of gods and giants that once roamed the icy expanses of Scandinavia. Outside, the wind howled like a restless spirit, whispering secrets of the past. On nights like these, when the moon hung low and the stars shivered in the cold, the old stories came to life. They seeped into the bones of the land, filling every crack and crevice with magic and mystery. Norse mythology wasn't just a collection of ancient tales. It was a pulse that ran through the veins of the Scandinavian people. From the towering mountains of Norway to the deep forests of Sweden, the legends of Odin, Thor, and Freya intertwined with the very fabric of everyday life. How many generations had gathered around fires, their eyes wide with wonder, as they listened to sagas of great battles, clever tricksters, and the eternal cycle of life and death. These stories held more than just entertainment. They shaped beliefs, morals, and identity. The gods were not distant figures. They walked among mortals, their presence felt in the strength of a warrior and the wisdom of an elder. Every storm that rattled rooftops was a reminder of Thor's might, while the shimmering northern lights were said to be the bridge to Valhalla, welcoming the brave souls lost in battle. As the tales flowed through time, they transformed. In the quiet corners of villages, where old folk sat with weathered hands clasped, new stories were born. Trolls emerged from the shadows, creatures born of rock and mischief, with sagas that intertwined with the gods themselves. These tales served as warnings and lessons, echoing the struggles of humanity against the unpredictable forces of nature. "Beware the troll under the bridge," they would say, a metaphor for the unseen challenges that lurked just out of sight. The legacy of Norse mythology breathed life into the land, inspiring the very landscapes they inhabited. The deep fjords of Norway whispered of the giants who carved them, while the thick forests of Sweden echoed with the laughter of woodland spirits. Even the names of places carried the weight of history. The towering peaks named after gods, fortified castles steeped in legendary battles. There was a sacredness to the earth beneath their feet, a connection to the past that ignited a sense of belonging. Children grew up with stories etched in their hearts, tales of bravery and sacrifice that served as both comfort and inspiration. They learned that the world was filled with wonder, but also darkness. The gods were flawed, filled with jealousy, love, and loss, showing that strength often lay in vulnerability. The goddess Freya, with her fierce independence, taught them about empowerment, while the cunning Loki reminded them of the power of wit and the importance of questioning everything. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the stories shifted. The sound of hooves echoed through the valleys, heralding the arrival of the wild hunt, a fearsome procession led by Odin himself. The villagers would bolt their doors, hearts racing, knowing that to encounter the hunt was to court danger. They felt the thrill of fear mingling with reverence. The line between safety and the supernatural blurred as they huddled together, listening intently to the tales of those who had faced the hunt and lived to tell their tale. These legends didn't just remain in the past, they spilled into the present. Festivals celebrated the cycles of nature, echoing the ancient rituals once held in honor of the gods. The air filled with the scent of roasting meats, while laughter rang out like the chimes of a distant bell. Young and old adorned themselves with symbols of the past, weaving their identities from the threads of history. But the legacy went deeper. The very language of the people carried echoes of the old tales. Words were imbued with the weight of centuries, each syllable a reminder of the gods' influence. As people spoke, they invoked the essence of their ancestors, breathing life into the words that shaped their world. In every story shared, in every song sung during long winter nights, the myths lived on, refusing to fade into obscurity. The stories took on new forms, too. The influence of Norse mythology seeped into art and literature, inspiring countless generations of writers and artists to capture the essence of the gods and their epic journeys. Illustrations sprung to life, depicting fierce battles and lush landscapes filled with mythical beings. The old tales became a canvas for imagination, each stroke of the brush igniting the fire of creativity. Yet, through the ages, change loomed on the horizon. As the world modernized, a shadow crept over the ancient traditions. The old ways began to falter under the weight of progress. But even as skyscrapers rose and technology advanced, the essence of those myths remained. They lingered in the hearts of the people, a quiet rebellion against the unyielding march of time. In every legend, there was a flicker of hope, a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit. The legacy of Norse mythology was not just a thing of the past. It was woven into the very identity of the Scandinavian people. As the moon cast its silvery glow over the land, the stories continued to echo in the wind, beckoning those who dared to listen. Each tale was a thread in an ever-growing tapestry, binding generations together in an unbreakable bond. And so, in the quiet moments, when the world held its breath and the night wrapped around them like a cloak, the myths whispered on. The shadows grew long and the fire crackled, a heartbeat against the stillness. The legacy of Norse mythology did not die. It transformed, living on in the hearts of those who dared to dream, to believe, and to carry the stories of the past into the future. In that eternal dance of myth and memory, the flame burned brightly, impossible to extinguish, beckoning the next chapter, the next tale, yet to unfold. In a dimly lit room, the air thick with anticipation, a lone figure stands before a grand tapestry. The colors swirl, deep blues, fiery reds, and bright golds, each thread whispering stories of gods and legends. The fabric seems to pulse with life, pulling the observer closer, as if the very essence of the Norse pantheon is woven into its fibers. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, swings through the air, a flash of lightning captured mid-strike, while Odin's all-seeing eye watches from the tapestry's edge, shrouded in mystery. Each stitch is a heartbeat, a connection to a time when gods walked among men, and the line between the divine and the earthly blurred. Across ages and countries, artists have sought to capture the essence of these ancient beings, pouring their souls into wood, stone, and canvas. The Norse gods, powerful, complex, and often unyielding, are not mere characters in folklore. They embody human traits, reflecting our deepest desires, fears, and struggles. The artistic representations created throughout history echo the emotions felt by those who believed in them, serving as bridges to a world that still stirs the imagination. Wood carvings, intricately designed, tell tales of fierce battles and the harmony of nature. A wooden statue of Freya, goddess of love and war, stands proud, her eyes carved with a softness that contrasts her fierce reputation. The artist's hands trembled with reverence as they crafted her form, capturing the duality of femininity, strength mingled with grace. In such pieces, the viewer can almost feel Freya's spirit, a lingering warmth that warms the heart while evoking the chill of her warrior's resolve. As one meanders through the annals of history, the Viking Age stands out like a thunderclap, a period where artistry and mythology danced in tandem. The intricate designs of the Viking Age's decorative arts, from shields adorned with dragons to jewelry twinkling with runes, offer insights into the values and beliefs of a culture fiercely connected to its gods. Each piece tells a story, the dragon symbolizing protection, the runes whispering ancient secrets binding the spiritual with the tangible. They were not just decorations, they were talismans, conduits to the divine. Even the sagas recorded by skalds, poets who roamed the northern lands, paint vivid images with words that resonate through time. Their verses, rich with emotion, describe the gods in ways that make them seem both distant and achingly close. In these stories, Loki emerges as the trickster, a figure both feared and adored. Artists have captured his mischievous grin in countless forms, from stone to ink, evoking laughter and unease. The tension between admiration and caution underscores the complexity of these divine figures, reflecting humanity's relationship with the unknown. The Vikings' encounters with Christianity introduced a fascinating juxtaposition, as early Christian artists sought to portray figures like Odin and Thor in a new light, merging them with biblical themes. The art from this transitional period often depicts Christ in a manner reminiscent of the warrior gods, resonating with a culture that revered strength. Can you feel the chill of standing in a church, where the stained glass tells a tale of divine sacrifice, while echoes of thunder from the old gods linger in the corners? The emotions clash, a deep sense of longing for the past, intertwining with the newfound hope of salvation. The medieval period saw another shift, as artists transitioned from wood to canvas, and the imagery became more vibrant and expressive. The Norse gods transformed into characters of folklore, embraced by the romanticism of later centuries. Paintings emerged that captured the gods in moments of action and emotion, like Odin sacrificing himself for knowledge, a stark contrast to the stoic representations of earlier eras. With each brushstroke, the artists infused raw emotion into their creations, allowing the viewer to feel the weight of sacrifice, the sting of betrayal, and the warmth of loyalty. Statues of gods began to appear in public spaces, echoing the reverence once reserved for sacred shrines. Public art became a means to celebrate the pantheon, bringing communities together in admiration of their shared heritage. The presence of these figures in everyday life created a palpable energy, a reminder of their influence woven into the fabric of existence. When a child gazed up at a towering statue of Thor, they felt a rush of courage, imagining themselves wielding a hammer, ready to face the trials of the world with strength and bravery. As time marched on, the Romantic era ignited a revival of interest in the Norse myths. Artists, poets, and musicians drew inspiration from the gods, intertwining their stories with themes of nature and the sublime. Mythological scenes danced across canvases, alive with color and emotion. Each brushstroke reverberated with passion, creating a visceral connection to the past. A painting of Baldur's tragic fate becomes a mirror, reflecting the viewer's own heartaches, while the vibrant landscapes evoke a sense of longing for the wild, untamed beauty of the world the gods once inhabited. The legacy of the Norse gods continues to pulse through contemporary art, where modern interpretations breathe new life into ancient stories. Artists today grapple with the same feelings of love, loss, and identity that their ancestors did, drawing parallels between the struggles of the gods and the human experience. A mural depicting the fierce fight between Thor and the Midgard serpent becomes a symbol of contemporary battles, echoing the timeless conflict between chaos and order. In these modern representations, the gods feel as close as ever, their stories resonating with the human spirit, reminding us of our own struggles and triumphs. The artistic representations of the Norse gods are not mere relics of the past. They are living testaments to the human experience. Each piece holds a heartbeat, a story waiting to be told. As the observer steps closer, the fabric of history unfurls, revealing the complexities and emotions that bind us all. In the echo of a brushstroke, in the curve of a statue, the spirits of the gods continue to walk among us. And as the observer gazes deeper into their eyes, the past and present intertwine, creating a tapestry of belief and emotion that is impossible to ignore. The lingering question remains: what do these gods mean to us today? The answer unfolds in the very next moment, waiting to be grasped. The air crackled with a strange energy, a charge that seemed to hum beneath the surface of the earth. In a small clearing surrounded by towering pines, two figures stood, their breath visible in the frigid air. Before them lay a vast expanse, a shimmering wall of light that stretched across the horizon. It wasn't merely a sight, it was a portal. A glimpse into the very essence of the Norse cosmos, a tapestry woven from the threads of time and space. In the ancient world of the Norse, time was not linear. It spiraled like a serpent, coiling and twisting back upon itself, creating a rhythm that pulsated with the heartbeat of the universe. The past, present, and future danced together, entwined in a cosmic embrace. Each moment was a thread, and each thread was vital to the fabric of existence. This was not a simple understanding of time. It was a complex relationship with fate, woven into the very identity of the Norse people. As the figures approached the shimmering wall, they could feel the weight of countless stories pressing against their hearts. The tales of gods and giants, of heroes and monsters, were not mere folklore. They were echoes of the past that resonated within the cosmos. The Norse believed that their lives were entwined with the divine, that the gods walked among them, influencing their destinies with every flick of a wrist and every whispered word. The gods themselves were bound by time, but they had the power to bend it, to manipulate it, to send their champions into the past or the future. Above them, the sky was a swirling canvas of color, where the northern lights danced like messages from the gods. It was a cosmic sign, a reminder of the 9 realms that existed in the Norse belief system. Midgard, the realm of humans, was but one of many. Above it lay Asgard, home to the gods, and below it, Helheim, where the souls of the departed wandered. Each realm was connected by Yggdrasil, the world tree, a colossal ash tree that stood at the center of the cosmos, its roots and branches stretching into every corner of existence. In moments of contemplation, the figures could almost hear the whispers of the tree, the stories of creation and destruction flowing through its bark. They could sense the constant cycle of life and death, a rhythm that echoed the Norse understanding of time. Every leaf that fell was a story ending, while every bud that blossomed held the promise of a new beginning. The cosmos was a grand stage, and each being played their part, guided by the invisible hand of fate. Yet beneath this beauty lay an underlying tension, a sense of urgency. Ragnarok loomed on the horizon, a cataclysmic event that would bring about the end of days. The inevitability of it all hung in the air, like a storm cloud, threatening to unleash chaos on the carefully balanced world. The Norse understood that their actions could influence the tides of fate, that bravery and honor could spark small revolutions against the looming darkness. The figures could almost feel the weight of their ancestors on their shoulders, the lives lived and lost echoing through the ages. Each choice made, each battle fought, was a ripple that traveled through time, affecting the present and altering the future. They were not just observers of this cosmos. They were participants, and their legacy would intertwine with the stories of gods and giants for generations to come. Suddenly, the shimmering wall of light pulsed, sending waves of energy crashing against the figures. It drew them closer, beckoning them into its depths. Was it a doorway to the past, a glimpse into the future? They could feel their hearts race as they faced the unknown, the possibility that lay within the cosmic folds. The air thickened with anticipation as they reached out, fingertips brushing against the ethereal surface, sending ripples through the fabric of reality. In that moment, they felt a surge of connection, a bond that tied them to every warrior who had fought for glory, every person who had loved and lost, every soul who had walked the earth before them. Time stretched and twisted, revealing glimpses of battles long past, of moments of joy and sorrow that shaped the very essence of existence. They witnessed the rise and fall of great heroes, the laughter of children playing beneath the watchful gaze of the gods, and the sorrow of loved ones saying goodbye. With every heartbeat, they could sense the weight of responsibility growing. the realization that their choices mattered. Time was not a mere measurement of days and nights. It was a powerful force, a canvas waiting for them to paint their stories upon. They were part of something greater, a narrative that spanned realms and transcended the ages. The Norse cosmos was alive with possibility, a dance of fate that begged them to join in. Then, as the figures lost themselves in the swirling visions of the cosmos, the ground beneath them trembled. The trees shuddered as if shaken by an unseen force. In that moment, they understood that the cosmos was not just a backdrop to their lives. It was a living entity, full of emotion and power. Each heartbeat echoed with the memories of the past. Each breath carried the weight of the future, and every moment was a chance to rewrite destiny. With a jolt, the shimmering wall erupted into a kaleidoscope of colors, unfurling like a banner in the wind. It revealed glimpses of the realms beyond, giant frost mountains, lush forests, and the golden halls of Asgard. Each realm pulsed with life, each one a piece of the vast puzzle woven by the Norse gods. The figures could feel the pull of adventure, the call of their destinies, waiting to be embraced. Time and space blurred around them, and the boundary between reality and myth faded into nothingness. They stood on the precipice of the unknown, hearts racing with the thrill of what was to come. They were not mere mortals. They were the bearers of stories, the architects of fate. And as the cosmos beckoned, they felt the weight of centuries on their shoulders, the dreams of warriors, and the whispers of gods urging them to take that leap into the unknown. With hands trembling and spirits soaring, they took a step forward, ready to embrace the chaos and beauty of the Norse cosmos, where each moment was a chance to shape their legacy and rewrite the stories of old. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient village. The air buzzed with the laughter of children playing in the fields, where the scent of wildflowers mingled with the impending promise of evening. Yet, beneath the serene surface, a tide of change was rolling in, threatening to sweep away the old ways like a sudden storm. In this moment, the villagers gathered around a massive oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens, a silent keeper of their beliefs. Around the tree, the elders spoke in hushed tones, their faces etched with lines of worry and resolve. The druids, guardians of ancient wisdom, stood at the center, their robes flowing like whispers through the air. They had watched over the land for generations, performing rituals to honor the earth and its spirits. But now, a new faith had begun to seep into their world, carried on the tongues of travelers and the edicts of powerful rulers. Rumors flew like arrows. There was a man named Jesus, a prophet whose words of love and redemption ignited the hearts of many. On this fateful day, young Alaric stood among the gathering, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. He had been raised in the embrace of the old gods, taught to respect the cycles of nature and the sacredness of life. The stories of Thor's thunder and Freya's beauty danced in his mind like flickering shadows. Yet, the whispers of a different truth tugged at him, filling his thoughts with uncertainty. What if the new faith offered something more? What if the promise of eternal life was real? As the sun sank lower, the elders held a sacred fire, its flames licking at the twilight sky. They called upon the spirits, chanting in a language that resonated through the ages. The villagers felt the warmth of the flames against their skin, but there was an underlying chill creeping into their hearts. Alaric watched the fire flicker, a metaphor for his own conflict, a flickering flame caught between the old and the new. In the distance, a group of travelers approached, clad in simple robes, Their faces glowed with an otherworldly light as they spoke of a new hope, a love that transcended boundaries and healed the broken. Alaric's breath caught in his throat as he listened. The leader, a man with kind eyes and a voice like music, spoke passionately of forgiveness and a fatherly love that embraced all. The villagers leaned in, captivated by his words, while the druids exchanged anxious glances, their long-held beliefs threatened by this infectious fervor. Night fell, wrapping the village in a shroud of darkness. The flames from the sacred fire danced wildly, casting shadows that flickered across the faces of the people. Alaric felt an unease settle in his bones, a deep-rooted fear of losing everything he had ever known. The teachings of his ancestors echoed in his mind, urging him to remember the rituals, the sacrifices made to ensure the protection of their tribe. But as the night deepened, so did his curiosity. The travelers spoke of miracles, stories of healing, of the blind seeing, and the lame walking. Each tale tugged at Alaric's heart, igniting a flicker of longing. Wouldn't it be wonderful to believe in something greater? Something that promised to lift humanity above the struggles of life? Suddenly, the flames began to dim, the fire's heat fading as the elder druids stepped forward to confront the newcomers. Their voices rose, filled with equal parts defiance and desperation. Our gods have walked with us since time began. They hear our cries. They bless our harvests, they proclaimed, their eyes filled with fire. Alaric felt the tension crackle like the last embers of the dying fire. The traveler's gentle voice rose above the clamor. Your gods may have served you, but what if there is more? What if you can have both? The love of Christ doesn't erase the beauty of your past. It's an invitation to fulfill your deepest longings. The crowd fell silent, the weight of his words heavy in the air, stirring hearts that had lain dormant for too long. As the villagers stared at the travelers, Alaric felt an earthquake of emotion shake his spirit. Doubts and dreams clashed within him, the fear of losing his identity against the hope of a new dawn. He cast his gaze to the sacred oak, its roots deeply entangled in the soil, a symbol of strength and endurance. But could it adapt to the storm that approached, or would it be uprooted by the tides of change? The night wore on, and the air thickened with anticipation. Some in the crowd began to murmur, voices rising in fervor as they considered the promise of new life. Alaric watched as neighbors, friends, and family were torn between the allure of a new path and the gravity of their ancestral ways. The fire crackled, sending sparks into the night, dancing like the fears and hopes swirling in their hearts. As dawn approached, the first light of morning painted the horizon in hues of pink and gold. Alaric stood on the precipice of choice, heart racing. In that moment, he realized the truth. Change was inevitable, like the seasons that flowed one into the next. The old ways would not vanish without leaving a mark, and perhaps there was a way to weave the thread of new beliefs into the rich tapestry of their history. Just as the sun broke through the darkness, illuminating the faces of the gathered crowd, a resolution began to form within him. The transition from paganism to Christianity was not just a shift in beliefs, it was a metamorphosis of the heart, a call to embrace compassion and kindness. And as Alaric stood there, he felt the stirrings of a new flame igniting within him, a flame that promised to bridge the divide between past and future. Yet, as the villagers took their first steps toward this new dawn, an unsettling tension lingered in the air, a reminder that not all would welcome this change. The druids, their faces cast in shadow, watched with narrowed eyes, their hearts heavy with the weight of traditions threatened. The oak stood tall, but its roots trembled, unsure of what lay ahead. With the sun rising higher, illuminating the path forward, the air crackled with uncertainty and hope, weaving a narrative of faith that would echo through the ages. The villagers, teetering on the edge of transformation, felt the ghosts of their ancestors whispering in the wind, urging them to remember while they embraced the unknown. And just as the first bird sang, heralding the morning, the story continued to unfold. A beautiful conflict of old and new, of light and shadow, of hearts daring to believe. The thunderous roar of the crowd echoed through the ancient amphitheater, where modernity clashed with the distant echoes of a time long past. Under the glow of electric lights, actors donned vibrant costumes that mirrored the rich tapestry of Norse mythology. A play unfolded, weaving tales of gods and giants, their stories reborn in the language of today. As the first lines were spoken, a shiver ran down the audience's spine. This was not just a retelling, it was a reinvention, breathing new life into old legends, making them pulse with urgency and relevance. In the corner of a dimly lit cafe, a young woman hunched over her laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she penned a novel inspired by these ancient tales. She felt a connection to the characters, as if their struggles mirrored her own. Freya's quest for love and identity resonated deeply in a world filled with fleeting connections and complex relationships. With each word, she transformed the goddess from a distant figure into a relatable woman, grappling with her own insecurities, fear, and the relentless pursuit of her desires. Her heart raced as she realized she was crafting something powerful, an emotional bridge that spanned centuries, linking the past with present-day hopes and fears. On the streets, graffiti artists spray-painted vibrant murals of Thor, wielding his hammer, Mjolnir, against a backdrop of urban decay, an explosion of color illuminating the struggles of modern life. Each stroke of the brush told a story not just of gods, but of resilience and defiance. The imagery stirred something primal in those who passed by, a reminder that even in chaos, strength can be found. Friends gathered around the mural, sharing stories of their own battles, their laughter intertwining with the echoes of ancient tales. Thor, once a figure of strength in myth, became a symbol of perseverance for a generation seeking to carve a path through adversity. In the realm of television, a series captivated audiences with a bold reinterpretation of Loki. This god of mischief, often viewed as a villain in traditional tales, was reimagined as a complex anti-hero, struggling against the constraints of destiny. Viewers found themselves rooting for him, not just because of his wit and charm, but because his journey mirrored the conflict between self-identity and societal expectation. It was a reflection of the modern human experience, the battle to embrace one's true self while wrestling with the roles assigned by the world. Late-night discussions erupted over the latest episode as fans debated morality, loyalty, and the ever-shifting definitions of good and evil. In literature, poets and writers took the threads of Norse myths and wove them into the fabric of contemporary issues: climate change, immigration, identity. The tale of Yggdrasil, the world tree, transformed into a powerful metaphor for environmental crisis, illustrating how interconnected all life is. It sparked conversations about responsibility and stewardship of the earth, urging readers to consider their place in the vast web of existence. Words flowed like water from the pens of those inspired, their emotions pouring onto the pages, igniting fires of passion in the hearts of readers who felt the weight of the world pressing down on their shoulders. At art galleries, abstract representations of Ragnarok, the end of the world, challenged viewers to confront their own apocalyptic fears. Stark images of destruction and rebirth hung side by side, forcing a reckoning with the notion that endings can also signify new beginnings. The paintings stirred something deep within, making the audience question what they would save if faced with their own personal Ragnarok. Conversations buzzed with intensity as attendees shared their own stories of loss and renewal, each narrative adding another layer to the conversation. Podcasts emerged, drawing listeners into discussions about the relevance of Norse myths in today's society. With a blend of humor and heartfelt examination, hosts dissected ancient stories, relating them to modern relationships, societal roles, and mental health. They brought in experts to discuss the psychological implications of these myths, revealing the timeless truths they hold about human nature and emotion. Each episode left listeners feeling both entertained and enlightened, eager for the next installment, hungry for more connections between the past and their present lives. Social media platforms buzzed with hashtags celebrating Norse mythology, filled with memes that juxtaposed ancient gods against contemporary issues. Freya, once a goddess of love and war, became a figure of empowerment, inspiring countless posts about self-love and feminism. As women shared their own stories of strength, they transformed the narrative around Freya, celebrating her complexities and flaws. The myth evolved, shifting from a static story to a living, breathing dialogue that resonated with those navigating the challenges of modern life. All the while, a shadow loomed, a sense of urgency. History pulsated beneath the surface, a reminder of the fragile balance between myth and reality. As these reinterpretations gained momentum, whispers of discontent emerged from traditionalists who clung to the original narratives. They cautioned against altering these time-honored tales, fearing that the essence of the myths would be lost. But the chorus of modern voices grew louder, insisting that reinterpretation was not a betrayal, but a celebration, a way to honor the past while forging a fresh path forward. In the wake of this tension, a powerful new movement began to take shape. Communities gathered in parks and community centers, engaging in live storytelling sessions that blurred the lines between performer and audience. Here, the ancient and the modern collided beautifully, as tales were shared in an atmosphere filled with laughter, tears, and shared humanity. Each story was a thread woven into a collective tapestry, reinforcing bonds while giving rise to new interpretations. It was within this vibrant landscape that the stories of Norse mythology found renewed significance. They were no longer just relics of history. They became living narratives, pulsing with emotion and resonating with the heartbeats of those who embraced them. In this intricate dance between the old and the new, the gods and goddesses walked among us, their lessons echoing through the streets, the galleries, the pages, and the conversations, a reminder that the myths of the past could illuminate the struggles of the present, lighting the way for future generations to forge their own paths in the world. The night sky crackled with the electric tension of an impending storm. Thunder rumbled like the growls of a slumbering giant, echoing the tales of ancient warriors and gods. In that moment, deep within the shadows of a dimly lit room, a flickering candle illuminated a worn book, its pages yellowed with age. The words written there were imbued with a power that transcended time, whispering secrets of a world long lost, yet somehow achingly familiar. Norse mythology clung to the edges of modern life like ivy on ancient ruins, weaving through the fabric of pop culture, literature, and even our everyday conversations. Here, in a bustling city, A young artist stood before a blank canvas, inspired by the raw, ferocious beauty of Freya, the goddess of love and war. Her heart raced with the pulse of the ancient stories, feeling the weight of Valkyries choosing the slain, their battle cries echoing in her ears. The artist dipped her brush into vibrant colors, each stroke bursting with the life of the myths, as if she could summon the very essence of those legends onto her canvas. Across town, a group of friends gathered for a game night, excitement crackling in the air. Laughter filled the room as they donned helmets and wielded foam axes, transformed by their shared enthusiasm into warriors of old. They played a game steeped in Norse lore, pitting gods against giants. As each turn unfolded, they felt the thrill of fate, the same fate that had hung in the balance during Ragnarok, the fabled end of days. The tension rose, breaths quickened, and hearts raced as they battled, not just for victory, but to keep the spirit of those ancient tales alive. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the world, an elderly man sat on a park bench, his gnarled hands resting on a leather-bound journal. Each page held memories of his childhood spent listening to his grandmother's stories about Thor's hammer and Odin's quest for knowledge. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced around him, echoing the ancient tales he cherished. With every word he wrote, he felt the warmth of those stories wrap around him like a comforting embrace, reminding him that the past is never truly gone as long as it is remembered. In a nearby coffee shop, a barista with tattoos of runes on her arms prepared lattes adorned with intricate designs. She served her customers with a smile, her heart swelling with pride. Each tattoo was a tribute to the legacy of her ancestors, the stories that ran through her veins. As she handed a steaming cup to a customer, she couldn't help but share stories of Loki's cunning ways and the bravery of the gods. Her voice was full of life, drawing in curious listeners who hung on her every word, captivated by the rich tapestry of mythology that seemed to breathe alongside them. The pulse of the ancient sagas resonated, vibrating through time, capturing the minds and hearts of the young and old alike. In a crowded theater, an audience sat in rapt attention, their eyes wide as they watched a film that brought the gods to life in a stunning spectacle. Each explosion of color and sound transported them to Asgard, filled with the thunderous clash of titans, the sorrow of lost love, and the unyielding bond of family and honor. As the credits rolled, the audience erupted in applause, not merely for the entertainment, but for the echoes of something deeper, stories that resonated with their own struggles, triumphs, and dreams. Strolling through a local bookstore, a young man paused in front of a shelf adorned with titles of Norse legends. Each book was a window into a world of heroes and monsters, love and betrayal. Flipping through the pages, he felt a strange connection to the characters, as if their battles mirrored his own. His heart raced as he read about Thor's unwavering courage and Loki's clever tricks. Each tale was a reminder that the struggles of today are not new. They are echoes of an age when gods walked alongside men, and every action shaped the world. In the distance, a storm began to gather once more, dark clouds swirling ominously. Yet within the hearts of the people, a spark of hope burned brightly. A young couple, their hands intertwined, strolled hand in hand, sharing whispered dreams of adventure and courage, inspired by the Viking sagas. The tales of bravery and love wrapped around them like a protective cloak, igniting a fire within their souls. They spoke of journeys to distant lands, guided by the stars, just like the fearless explorers of old. With each shared story, their bond deepened, and their laughter mingled with the winds, carrying their hopes into the vast unknown. As the storm broke overhead, the first drops of rain fell softly, each drop a reminder of the power of nature, the very essence that the Norse gods revered. Thunder rolled across the sky, a reminder that the ancient tales still held power over the hearts of those who dared to listen. In that moment, it became clear. Norse mythology was not merely a relic of the past, but a vibrant thread woven into the tapestry of modern life, igniting passion, creativity, and connection. Amidst the chaos of the storm, a young woman stood alone in a field, staring up at the heavens. She had always felt a pull towards the myths of her ancestors. As the rain poured down, she felt a surge of energy course through her, as if the gods themselves were watching over her. She closed her eyes, envisioning the majestic figures of Thor and Freya, feeling their presence guiding her. In that moment, she understood. These stories were not just tales. They were a lifeline, connecting generations, bridging the chasm between the past and the present. As the rain intensified, soaking the earth and kissing the air with a fresh scent, the whispers of the past intertwined with the pulse of the present. Each person, whether wielding a paintbrush, rolling dice, or indulging in stories from weathered pages, was part of a larger narrative, a living tapestry of history and emotion. Norse mythology, with its depth of feeling and complex characters, clung to the modern world like a rich fragrance, inviting everyone to breathe deeply and embrace the tales that shaped their very existence. And as the storm continued to rage, it became evident that the stories would never fade. They would endure, echoing through time, whispering a promise of connection, courage, and the eternal allure of the human spirit.